my witnesses to start arriving, or be here by 1:30, that I would anticipate having a call someone this afternoon.
Okay.
I can't promise you this, I might be able to get through all my witnesses in the afternoon,
Okay.
but it could go into tomorrow, just kind of depending
That's
how long
fine.
it takes.
Excluding Mr. Crawford, how many witnesses do you anticipate calling?
Excluding him, 3, Judge.
Okay.
And of those, one of them would just be a quick recall, only if my client did testify, based upon the earlier ruling about the aggravated assault. If my client chose not to testify, I think that knocks one of them out, and then we'd only have 2.
Okay. So, sounds like we're going to be doing closing arguments tomorrow.
I think that's fair. The state has, pursuant to Your Honor's request, someone as an order, prepared your instructions. We do have them. It's going to take a while to go through them because there's some legal issues.
Okay. All right.
That's a great judge.
Play it by ear and see where we end up.
May I step out and retrieve this warrant?
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Your Honor, state's ready.
Okay, Mr. Berger, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
Excellent. Then we'll go ahead and bring in the jury. Thank you.
Jury centering.
Members of the jury, good morning. I hope you had a good evening. Did everyone adhere to my instruction about not watching the local news, not discussing the case, or doing any research about the case? Yes. At this time, we are going to continue with the state's presentation of evidence. You may call your next witness.
This state calls Brian Childs. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning, Mr. Child. You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your full first and last name for us?
Yeah, my name is Brian Childs, Bryanchiles.
And where do you work?
I work for Axon Enterprise.
What is Axon Enterprise?
Axon is a company that manufactures multiple devices, but most notably Taser energy weapons and body-worn cameras.
How long have you worked at Axon?
This summer I completed my 19th year, so I'm working on my 20th.
Okay. And what is your current position now?
I'm the senior manager of Axon Forensics.
What do your duties entail?
My duties are to conduct forensic analysis on Taser energy weapons and body cameras, body camera footage, to pretty much tell a story of an incident from the weapon's perspective or the camera's perspective.
Okay. And since you've been at Axon since roughly, what, 2005?
Yeah, summer of 2005.
What other positions have you held prior to your current title?
So kind of a long story, but I started off in research and development as a technician, but that was only like in the first 6 months. But overall, I'm a test engineer. What I do is I love testing products. And so I started in research and development as a electrical technician, and then I started the validation test program. That department, at the time when I started, the design engineers did their own testing, which is not always a good idea. You can have bias or they miss things. And so it's best to have an independent body do product testing because they're not biased to the design or to the work in the design. So I started the validation test group, ran that for about 10 years, and what that is, validation test is when you have test engineers taking a product and pretty much put it through the ringer. You you test electrically, mechanically, environmental, so you're testing everything the weapon or device can possibly go through in the field to make sure that it's doing what it's supposed to do and that it is rugged and can survive in the elements that it's going to be in.
Okay. And so you, in your role in the test validation, you called it a group?
Yeah, or department.
Department? You actually started that, you said?
Yes, I was the first employee, so it was pretty much, I did that testing in my previous job. And so I talked to the head of R&D and said, we shouldn't have the design engineers doing their testing. I can start doing it. So I pretty much transferred to full-time starting the validation group. So I was the first employee and then hired another, and eventually, I think I had 5 people under me when I exited to do forensics. So.
Now, does Axon make something called a Taser?
Yes.
And what other equipment does Axon design and distribute?
A lot. Most notably, we have the Taser energy weapon and body-worn cameras. We also make sensors, like we have a firearm holster sensor that senses the firearm. When it's removed, it sends a signal to automatically start recording on Axon cameras. We have multiple sensors like that. And then, of course, we have software, a lot of different software services.
Okay. And it sounds like some of your customers are law enforcement agencies. In fact, is that a large portion of Axon's customers?
Yeah, I would say, we do sell civilian products as well, but I would say the majority is law enforcement.
Okay. Can you tell the jury about your education background?
Yeah, I have my associates in electronics.
Okay. And prior to working at Axon, what did you do?
So during college, I worked at a calibration lab and did electrical calibration, electrical and mechanical calibration of measurement equipment. And I also did electrical repair. I then moved to another company and started working in, they call it qualification, but it's pretty much validation. It's the same thing, it's testing the product, testing the limits. And I worked there for about 4 years before I was in California, and I moved to Arizona, and that's when I got the position at TASER. Then the company was called Taser International.
Okay. When was that? Do you remember?
2005 to 2016, I believe, is when we changed the name. It wasn't a buyout or anything, it was just a name change from Taser International to Axon.
Okay, so for as long as you've worked for Axon, I'll just refer to it as, that's the name now, you have been working with tasers.
Yes.
And that's what I will refer to those as.
Yeah, from my first day to a couple days ago.
Okay.
Yes.
You still work there now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are there different types of tasers, and what can you tell the jury about the development of that product?
Yeah, we have several different models. I would say mostly we don't make 5 models at a time. We have one model for a time period, and then as design improvements go and technology improves, we come out with a new design. And so we've had several iterations of energy weapons. And then we also have our civilian line, which is designed for civilians to carry and defend themselves with.
Okay. Now, do you have any specializations or areas of expertise? I know you've probably already touched on them. Can you expound on that further?
Well, as far as the taser weapons goes,
yes.
When you're testing a product over and over and doing all kinds of stuff to them, you become very, very familiar with the product. So back in 2013, I was asked by our general counsel if I would help in a case and be an expert witness. So I did that and loved it, and pretty much from 2013 to 2020, I worked half on doing forensics and expert witness, and the other half I was in charge of compliance and also still working in validation. In 2020, I switched gears and went full-time into forensics, and I started a new miniature department. It's 2 people right now, me and another.
Okay.
But we call it Axon Forensics, and that's all we do 100% of the time.
What is, can you tell the jury more about forensics in the realm of tasers and looking at data and downloading that data and analyzing that data?
Yeah, so the Taser weapon, back in the early days, it was designed for accountability, so you can't just use the weapon and nobody knows about it. So we created logs where it records its information, its usage information. Over time and over the years, we've improved that because we need to, the first iteration, it was just we knew it was activated and that's it. And then we need to know, did it make a connection? And so we designed the logs to where it can determine if a connection was made or not. Because just because it's trigger pulled, you need to know, did it connect? Was energy delivered out of it? And so there's that logging where we record all of its usage information and pulse data. And then there's also physical forensics that we look at. And then with the advent of body cameras, that helped as well, being able to put pieces of the puzzle together by looking at video in relation to the taser components.
Unknown caller.
Just take a second to finish.
Do you teach any specific classes?
Yes, I do. I mentioned the pulse data. What we do is the weapon records all of its pulses and information and puts it into a graphical representation. We call that a pulse graph. And I teach a class for law enforcement mostly to how to analyze those graphs and how to determine what they are indicating.
Now, I know you mentioned as well that you were asked to be an expert witness back in 2013.
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert witness in court?
Yes.
Before we get more into that, who has retained you as an expert to come into court and testify about taser forensics?
I actually haven't been retained in a contract.
So that's a poor use of words. So just hired or asked, or basically data is sent to you and you come into court and you testify as to the analysis of that data?
Yeah, I was asked by the state attorney's office.
Okay. And in other cases, so have you ever testified in federal cases?
Yes, federal, state, and international.
Okay. Have you testified in civil cases? Or been retained or used as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yeah, I'm a member of IEEE, which is an electrical engineering organization, and also ASTM, which is a test engineering organization.
Now, we've talked a little bit about tasers, but can you tell the jury what a taser is generally?
In general, taser, so everyone calls it a taser, but it's like calling it a Kleenex. Taser is a brand. It's actually an acronym from a book. So the actual name is a taser energy weapon, and it's a device that is designed to immobilize someone by causing their muscles to contract. So it's not an electrocution, it's a very small amount of electrical energy. But what it does is it overrides the central nervous system. Every muscle movement that you make is an electrical signal coming from your brain to your motor nerves, and that causes your muscles to move. And so what the energy weapon does is when probes hit and you have enough muscle mass between those probes, your muscles respond to that electrical signal and they contract. And so we do that, there's different pulse rates, but overall we do that on one connection 22 times per second on the Taser 7, and 22 times When a pulse happens, the muscle contracts and releases, and that's it. It's just a quick contract release. But when you do that 22 times per second, it looks like a solid, rigid workout. And that's how the Taser energy weapon works, causing someone to contract their muscles. They can't run, they can't reach, they can't do anything. That's called neuromuscular incapacitation, or NMI. And that's the whole point of the energy weapon.
And you mentioned the design team at Axon, who you work closely with when new models are rolled out of tasers. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we're constantly working on improvements to the technology and limitations to its effectiveness. So we want to make it 100% effective, but we're not quite there. There's physical limitations that happen.
How many tasers collectively have you analyzed, or can you even put a number on that?
I can't put a number on it. Thousands?
How about tested?
Thousands.
Okay. And you've obviously been involved in forensic analysis and actual cases such as this. Have you ever generated reports or been asked to provide opinion testimony?
Yeah, I've written over 500 reports that have been submitted to customers or their attorneys, and I've provided testimony in approximately 50-ish cases.
As an expert?
As an expert.
Have you testified in Florida or in other jurisdictions?
Yes.
Okay. And I think we already mentioned federal court. You've testified as an expert in federal court as well?
Yes.
Have you testified in multiple states across the United States?
Oh, yes.
Now, we already talked about how law enforcement is a big customer of Axon. Does your company sell something called a Taser 7 to law enforcement agencies in general?
Yes.
Now, is your company responsible for also issuing training manuals and training materials and essentially training instructors of those law enforcement agencies to utilize something like a Taser 7?
Yes, we have a training department which is responsible for designing the training program and conducting training. What we do is we train the trainers. So you have your users who are trained in the device. The people who train them are trained by, we call it master instructors. And then we have senior master instructors and then training staff. So it's different scales, a hierarchy.
Okay. Is it fair to say that because your company made this particular taser, in this case Taser 7, and tasers can differ from time to time, like every model might be different, the buttons might change, the location of things may change, even if it's minor, are you responsible for showing your users how to utilize that weapon?
Yeah, so the design differences, that's definitely something that we have to put together. It starts with engineering. I work with the training group on helping them put together the program. And same with our design engineers, the research and development on the new design, they train the trainers, the training staff on what the differences are, and the training staff figures out the best way to train, best way to show that and teach that to the users.
Okay, but those training materials are created by Axon?
Correct.
And sent to the law enforcement agency by Axon?
Yes, overall. Usually an agency will send a person or a small group to what we call a master instructor school, and that's where they get the material. We don't just send training material out. Someone has to be trained in order to take that material and train their agency.
That was a very poorly worded question on my part. I presume that trainings do happen in person, it sounds like you just mentioned, of those master trainers.
Yes, we do have online courses, so not all of it is in person, but yeah, in general, a master instructor does go through in-person training.
and I think the poor word that I used was send materials. You are providing materials at the end of the day to these trainers.
Correct.
Okay, because it's your taser, the Taser 7, that their agencies are going to utilize in their force.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned body camera videos. How do, in the realm of analyzing data that is pulled from a taser, and we're going to go into specifics in just a moment, how does the review of body camera video from your perspective help you do your job?
It's very helpful in the sense of knowing where probes go and where the weapon is at certain times. So I've had body-worn videos that don't show enough, don't show anything. And then you have others where the body camera video is very helpful in determining what happened in the situation. So you have the logs of the weapon and the pulse graphs, which tell part of the story, but any gaps can be filled in using the footage.
Okay. So is it fair to say that there is an interplay from your perspective, and you're looking at both the logs but also the video and kind of
Check the leading judge.
comparing the two?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is there ever a situation where you are shipped a taser or sent a taser to do a forensic analysis on?
Yes.
And do you do that work, I believe you already mentioned, for law enforcement agencies?
Law enforcement agencies or attorneys. I've had attorneys contact me without the law enforcement agency getting involved. So.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you have analyzed data pulled off of, in this case, a Taser 7 from investigations that involve law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Can you walk the jury through the process of once a taser is shipped to Axon, where you are located? Walk us through the general steps of how you take a look at that item.
Yeah, so when a taser weapon is shipped to my group, we receive it. We photograph typically what we work on is sealed evidence. Sometimes it's not, but for the most part, it's in sealed evidence. So we take photographs of the packaging and any tape seals to show that it was still sealed when we received it. And then as we unpackage it, we take photos and then photograph the weapon itself on all sides, the battery contacts, the battery pack. Once we've documented everything in photos, then the weapon is downloaded, of which it's actually uploaded to a server, and then we download the data from there. And then I will do physical testing on the device. I will test it, pretty much fire it into a load and measure its output and make sure that it's outputting the amount of charge and voltage that it's supposed to. And then do a download again to verify that the information recorded during my test is accurate.
So walking back for just a moment, just to make it simple, you open the package, but you photograph exactly the condition that the item was mailed to you in?
Correct.
Okay. And do you yourself take those photographs?
Either me or my, not assistant, but my partner.
Okay. Are batteries also shipped to you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you take any photographs or assess any visually for any damage that is just visual to eye?
Yes, I skipped that step. After photographing, then it's a physical inspection, just looking it over and documenting any damage to it.
Are photographs taken in every case?
If I receive it, yes.
Okay. Now, what would be the next step after you get the taser out of the package and kind of assess its overall condition and take photographs?
Then it's the upload of the data.
Okay. Can you walk the jury through exactly how that works?
Yeah, so the weapon itself has a circuit board inside, and there's a memory chip and a microprocessor. It's basically a little computer running. And the logs are stored on the memory inside the weapon. The battery pack also has a memory chip. So when you plug in the battery pack, it loads the logs from the weapon to the battery pack. After that is done, if you remove the battery pack, you put it in a docking station, and that uploads all that data to our Axon evidence servers. And then using your user login, you can access that. Well, there's different permission levels. If you have permission to view that evidence, then you can go in and download a PDF report of that evidence.
Okay. So you already mentioned this at the start of your testimony, and again, just now. Can you tell the jury about what data would be saved or accessible during an upload or a download or whatever terminology you want to use and provided in that PDF report?
So yeah, in the PDF report, we have what I would call the event log, and that's just pretty much the table of events and details about those events. And then also the pulse data, which makes the pulse graphs. There's also a lot of engineering data that's uploaded that is not in that report, but we can access it if we need further investigation.
Okay. The PDF that is generated, generally what categories of activity would be on there? Such as, are the switches, if a safety switch is turned on or off, is that reflected in the log report?
It is. There's a lot of information that is recorded. When the weapon is armed, which there's an ambidextrous safety lever, and when that is flipped up, the weapon is armed. And it will record not only that fact, but it records the battery serial number that is plugged into it, the battery percentage, type of cartridges loaded, if it has cartridges loaded, the status of the cartridges that are loaded. I might be missing a few things, but yeah, it's recording a lot of information. And then any button pushes or trigger pulls that occur in activations, it's all recorded in the log.
So if you are receiving a taser, you've received it in the mail, you've taken it out, you've assessed it, you've taken photographs. The next chronological step is to download, and then do you analyze that data, or what is your next chronological step that you would take?
That is the next step, is to download that data and then begin to analyze the data in the PDF report and the pulse graphs. And I also pulled the battery information to check the clock. So in the event log, everything is recorded with a timestamp, but that's from the weapon's perspective. The weapon is not a connected device. It's not connected to the internet constantly like your cell phone or your Apple Watch. It's more like an analog clock, which can drift. Clock drift is when a clock is free running, it's not synchronized, and it might run a little bit slower or a little bit faster than a reference clock. I usually explain this, you just had daylight savings, and so when you go on Sunday morning to change your clocks, and your microwave might be running 2 minutes faster than the oven, that's clock drift. One clock is just running a little, you don't notice it daily, in a short period of time you don't notice it, but over a long period of time that minute difference in time adds up.
Okay. And we will talk about that more in detail in just a moment, but are there any other tests that you would run on the taser, such as a test to ensure it was working properly or that there was no malfunctions?
Yeah, and it varies case to case. Some cases we get everything we need from the logs alone and just do a data analysis. We can also do a physical analysis where we fire the weapon into a load and measure the output. Or there's specific testing that we can do if there was a reported issue, we try to repeat it, try to replicate that issue, and try to find either root cause of why that issue happened or prove whether it's happening or not.
Okay. What is a trigger pull force test?
Trigger pull force test is measuring the force that it takes to pull the trigger and actuate the switch.
In this particular case, did the Osceola County Sheriff's Office send you a Taser 7 issued by Axon that was deployed by a deputy of their agency on the specific date of February 27th of 2022?
Yes.
Was that item shipped to you as it regularly would be in another case?
Yes.
Okay. And a Taser 7 specifically, does that record all of the data that you just went over and explained for the jury?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you recall when roughly you received this item in the mail?
I believe it was August of this year.
So you yourself would have taken physical custody and possession of the package. I guess that's the first step that you would have chronologically taken when you receive it?
Yes, it would have been either me or my partner.
Okay. And were photographs taken of this item?
Yes.
Showing the defense what has been pre-marked, it states why. Permission to approach the witness. Can you please look through these items and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes.
Now, are these photographs that you or Axon would have taken upon receipt of the package from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it would have been me or Kaylee. I can't recall which one, but it was one of the two of us.
And again, this is pretty much the first step, is to open the package and look at it and take photographs of the item that is received by you.
Correct.
And in the photographs, is this the package that you yourself opened and later analyzed and downloaded and reviewed data from
Yes.
the Taser 7?
Yes, either, so I did the analysis. I can't recall if I'm the one who opened it, but yes, it was one of us, and this is the weapon that I tested.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the box and the photographs of how it would have been appearing when you opened and examined it on that date in August?
Yes, these photos are taken exactly as it was received.
Okay. The state would now move what has been previously states Y into evidence, which is a composite, as the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge, thank
What
you.
was marked as State's Exhibit Y will be entered as State's Exhibit 20, and you may publish.
Thank you. Okay, this is the first photograph of State's 20. What is this a picture of?
That is the FedEx packaging as we received it from our receiving department.
Okay, so a photograph is literally taken by Axon of the outside of the package before it's ever opened or touched.
Yes, and to document the label and the tracking number and all that.
And what is this a picture of? This is picture number 3 in States 20.
Yes, that is the box that was in the FedEx packaging.
Picture 4 of States 20, what is this?
And that's the box as it was opened. So that's as everything was in the box when we opened the package.
There's a little laser pointer here. If you can use that and just turn around and make sure you're speaking to the microphone so that the jury can hear you.
Yeah.
But can you show the jury what the item is in the left side of the box?
There.
Yes.
Okay. So those are the cartridges that were in the package.
Okay, and is the right item a Taser 7?
Yeah, this is the Taser 7 energy weapon, and then in the middle is the battery pack.
Okay, is the battery pack separated from the actual Taser, or how's that packaged?
It is separated. It's typically installed, this is the, what we call the grip of the Taser in this area, and the battery pack plugs into that grip area.
Picture 5, what is this?
This is everything taken out of the box and laid on the table. So this is the energy weapon. The serial number is displayed right there. And then we have the battery pack and the cartridges.
Picture 6.
So this is the energy weapon. Now we focus all the pictures on each individual item. So this, we go through a series of photos of the actual energy weapon. We have the serial number shown here. The hardware is revision G, and the 20008 is the not the SKU, it's the part number of this assembly.
Okay.
And that's the left side of the
This is
weapon.
picture 7. Picture 8.
And that's the rear of it, looking at the grip.
Now, did you ever observe any damage to the outside of this item?
I did not.
And you yourself would have looked at the item that we're looking at in these photographs in person to visually assess it?
Correct. We're not only taking photos, but looking at it up close and looking for any sign of major damage or. I mean, we ignore scuffs and normal wear and tear, but if we see damage, we'll take close-up photos of that damage. But we didn't note it here.
It may be very hard to see on this photograph, but was there a white film of any type on the Taser 7 that you received from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office?
There was a white haziness to the rubber grip. That might be a side view that might show that better.
Okay. Picture 9.
So you can kind of see that this is the right side of the weapon, but there's, this is black rubber grip, and there's like a white kind of hazy film on it. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Picture 10. Where's this tape being taken from?
This is looking down the board into the cartridge bay. It's a very out of focus photo.
Sure. Picture 11. What side of the Taser is this?
This is the top.
Picture 12 of States 20.
That is the battery contacts. So that's in the battery compartment.
And 13.
And that's in focus photo of the cartridge bay. So I submit all photos that I take, whether they're good photos or not. So this one shows the contacts. So all these are contacts for the cartridge on sensing the cartridge and deploying the cartridge.
Okay. And picture 14.
It's just another view to get the view of the cartridge contacts.
And what does picture 15 depict?
This is the battery pack. It has a serial number, and we have the model number shown, and some required FCC because there's a wireless transmitter in there, and so we're required to put some markings and FCC warnings.
Okay. Picture 16, is that just a different angle of that battery?
Yeah, we do the same thing. Take 6 photos of all 6 sides of the battery pack.
Picture 17.
That's the other side.
And picture 18.
Yep. And that's the bottom, and that's the top.
Now, just going to, so I don't misstate which picture we're on, this is the file under ending 031 for publication purposes. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is 2 cartridges that are snapped. They snap together. So these are 2 cartridges that are put together, and they both been deployed.
Okay, so can you show the jury where there was snapping of any type?
So you see these tabs, they're kind of like Legos. So where you have a receiving end and then the butt out end, they snap together. So you could theoretically take another cartridge and snap it in on this side, but it's designed for only 2. So these are held together by these plastic features. And we have the rear of the cartridge over here and the front of the cartridge here. So you can see here, these are wires that are coming out of one of the cartridges.
Okay. And is this exactly how you received the item?
Yes.
Where the wires were not attached to anything else?
No, this is as we received them.
This is picture ending in 032 of States 20. What is this a picture of?
This is the same assembly, just flipped on its side. That's
Picture
the front.
ending in 033 of States 20. Is that just a different angle of those severed wires that are coming out of the cartridge?
Yeah, and it shows the front of the cartridge. One thing I didn't explain, there's 2 types of cartridge. We have what we call a standoff cartridge, which is a shorter angle of deployment. Let me explain that. So when a cartridge is deployed from the Taser weapon, the top probe, there's 2 probes that come out per trigger pull, per deployment. The top probe comes out straight trajectory, and the bottom probe comes out at a downward trajectory. We have 2 different types of cartridge that change that angle of trajectory on the bottom probe. The reason for having it come out at a downward angle is, I mentioned before, with connecting probes, you need enough muscle mass to receive that signal in order for it to be effective. If you don't have enough muscle mass between the electrodes, then you don't get the muscle response from it. So the bottom probe comes out at a downward angle. That way, the further back you are, the more spread you get between those probes. But you can't be too far away, and all of a sudden the bottom probe's hitting the ground. So we have one that's for standoff, so it's a smaller angle of deployment, and then one for close range, which is a wider angle. So that's why you see the bottom probes here are at a different angle. They're spread different.
Okay, and which of those is this Taser 7?
So this is the 3.5 degree, which is the standoff, and then this is the close quarter,
Okay.
and it's a 12 degree angle.
Okay, so this is equipped with those 2 types?
Yes.
Okay. Picture ending in 034 of States 20.
And that's the rear of the cartridge.
Okay. Can you show the jury what those gold items are at the top?
So these are the contacts for the cartridge, in which it's read and deployed.
Picture 35. What is this a picture of?
That is the rear of the handle, which is showing what we call the central information display. That is a display, like on this picture, it's showing an hourglass, which means the logs are loading into the weapon. When it's armed with live cartridges, it'll show 2 boxes for the cartridge. So it'll also show the battery fuel gauge.
Okay, so if the user of this weapon is holding it and they are standing behind, are they standing behind this
Correct.
perspective? Can they see the screen?
Yeah, this would be their view if they're looking at, if they're holding the weapon.
Okay. And so right now, there is a little logo on the right side that you said was showing, I believe, upload of data?
It's loading the data from the weapon into the battery pack, so it's syncing that data. I'm not sure why, but this photo's upside down actually. So.
I was gonna ask, that was gonna be my next question, is this flipped upside down?
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's upside down, but it is.
Okay, but typically, and if you can show the jury the screen where if the weapon is armed, that would be reflected.
Yeah. So this is the screen. So if it was armed, you would have the battery fuel gauge here, and then it would show the cartridges in this area.
Now, did you receive a download of data from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office of data specifically an activity that was recorded on the Taser 7 that was deployed again on February 27th of 2022? Did you receive that in PDF format from the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
And did you analyze that data?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to, before we go into that any further, I want to ask, did you yourself download data off of the Taser 7 that we just went through in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And you've already mentioned that a PDF report is generated so that it can be, for lack of a better way to say, user-friendly to look at. So you can see date stamps, time stamps, and what activity is being recorded on that item?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you able to, even though you received this item in August of 2022, are you able to go back and look at data from a previous date?
Yes, the data doesn't change, so it would be the same data, just downloaded again.
Okay. Can you go further into how the download process works and specifically going back to the training? Actually, let me scratch that question. Are law enforcement officers trained by Axon on how to download and access the data that we're about to talk about?
Well, the common officer's department would be trained by their agency trainer, and that person is typically trained by Axon at a master instructor school.
Okay. But is that something that law enforcement is made aware of, that this particular Taser, Taser 7 issued by Axon, records all of its data and can be accessed by them regardless of your involvement?
Yes, they should be trained. In that.
Okay. Can you tell the jury about the software or firmware that is used on this Taser 7?
On the Taser 7, it's firmware.
Okay, firmware.
Software versus firmware. Software is a program that runs on a computer or a tablet or smartphone and does something for you, some type of interaction. Firmware is software that runs on a device and tells it how to operate, how it's basically the operating system of that device. So the weapon is running firmware, and when you upload it, software is converting it into a readable format.
Does Axon update firmware ever? Are there updates to that?
Absolutely.
Developments to that?
Especially early in the design, we're constantly improving things, mostly getting user experience, and if there's bugs in the software or improvements that need to be made, we're constantly doing that. As the weapon ages and the firmware updates decrease in frequency, and eventually we just stop supporting it. But especially early on, we're always updating the firmware.
Okay. And in that PDF that you've mentioned, that can not only be accessed and downloaded by law enforcement using their technology, but also by you at Axon, does that show data down to the second or even more precise?
Even more precise. It shows it down to the millisecond.
Does it show the activity that takes place and is recorded on the Taser in chronological fashion of any sort?
Yes, it's a chronological order. Early on they had a different way of showing it, which I was very against that. So luckily, and when this was done, we had already changed it to it actually shows in chronological. But you might have logs from the past where they're in a different format.
Okay, but not in the logs that you yourself have looked at and downloaded in this
Correct.
case, okay.
Excuse me.
I'm showing the defense states W and X. Permission to approach the witness.
May.
I'm showing the witness with the pre-marked as W and X. Can you please look at these items? Tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
I want to talk to you about W first. Is this the PDF that you were referencing that was downloaded by the Osceola County Sheriff's Office and sent to you to review data specifically that occurred and was recorded by the Taser 7 on February 27th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and then as far as X goes, is that a log of all of the data that you yourself downloaded from the very same Taser 7 that was shipped to you after it had already been downloaded once by the Osceola County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, by me or my team. Correct.
And are these logs something that you have analyzed, both of them?
Yes, I have.
And have you compared them all?
Yes, I have.
Okay, was that part of your analysis in this case?
Yes.
Is this just a printout paper copy of the logs that are reflected in what you have referred to as a PDF report that's in timeline fashion of the activity on the Taser 7?
Yes.
Okay. The state would now move what has been pre-marked as states X and W into evidence as the next numbered exhibits.
Mr. Crawford.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so what was marked for identification as states W will be admitted as states 21, and what was marked as states exhibit X will be admitted as states 22.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask permission to go first.
You can call it.
I'm sorry, X is 22? Yes. Okay, thank you. Publishing states 22. So can you tell us what we are looking at here? Let's see. It's easier to look at. And you can use the laser pointer. Let's start with the top of the page. What information is at the top there?
So at the top we have the header. It's a model Taser 7, and that is the serial number, the X4000FD3B. And this is the log, and it was, this is basically the file name of it, just something. So September 3rd, 2024.
Sorry, I'm gonna zoom in a little.
At 13:53 is when this was copied to evidence and
Okay.
created as evidence on my agency, my test agency. It was copied to evidence by Kaylee Rhea, who is my partner in my department. It was copied on September 3rd at 13:53:46, and we changed the time. We're in Arizona, but whatever agency I'm working at, I changed the settings to their time zone so it shows in the proper time zone.
Okay, and it would show that in the rest of the PDF timeline that we're about to go through.
Correct. So this is just saying that all timestamps in this document are referenced to Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, is that to assist you with comparing to body camera video and any other timestamps that would be on any other evidence?
Assisting when I'm explaining it. Well, it's one variable that I don't have to explain why it's showing Arizona time versus Florida time.
Understood. Then the next section, the section that starts with the title summary, what is that section?
So summary is, it shows the start and end time, and that's from the first timestamp to the end timestamp of this piece of evidence. The duration was 15 seconds. That's from the start to the finish. There's 3 events. This is from this handle. We call it handle. So that's the Taser 7 with that serial number. Firmware was running 1.9.0 at this time.
Is that firmware up to date at this time that you're looking at it?
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, go on.
Warranty expiration isn't shown because it's not registered as sold to me in my agency, so it's always a dash. And the battery serial number that was plugged in at the time of this event.
Now, the duration, the 15-second marker, and we're going to go into that in more detail. In general terms, what would that mean, the duration of the event?
So that's not the duration of the total event, it's the duration of any
Activity that is logged?
Yeah,
Okay.
the important activity that's logged. You know, like this shows from 4 in the morning. So we took anything that happened on February 27th, 2022. So there was activity at 4:30 in the morning and activity at 5:50 in the afternoon.
Okay.
And so that's not the duration of the entire log, it's just the important
Anything where
events.
there's activity going on. Okay. Gonna go down for the next section, which is the operation summary. What is reflected there?
So here we're showing that we had 2 trigger pulls that performed an action. No function test, and we have cartridges were deployed, which was the first one was a live 12 degree with that serial number, and a live 3.5 degree with that serial number. That's the standoff versus close quarter that I talked about.
Going to the actual timeline, you said that the first reported activity on that date took place at about 4:27 in the morning.
Correct.
Now, can you tell the jury, in more simple terms, what is going on in that event category?
So in this here we have the timestamp, which is in Eastern time. So these happen down to the millisecond. We're showing 3 decimal places, and that's when this log activity is recorded in the log. So it might be a few milliseconds off from when it happened to when it's actually recorded, but it's a negligible difference. So here, first it recorded it's running firmware version 1.9.0. The safety is off. That means the safety lever was placed in the up position. At that time, it read that Bay 1 had a Taser 7 live 12 degree cartridge, and it is ready. There's no deployment date and time listed because it's live, it hadn't been deployed yet.
Okay.
Bay 2 had a Taser 7 live 3.5 degree cartridge with that serial number, and it was ready. And it had battery, this serial number, at 94% capacity. And then 1 second later, it was safety on and it was disarmed. That means the safety lever was placed in the down position.
So in this first event log that we are looking at roughly 4:27 in the morning, the taser never discharged.
Correct, it was disarmed and then placed safe.
Okay.
For 1 second.
Okay. Mr. Childs, I'm going to ask you to put on some gloves and open this box so we can take a look. And I'm sorry. gonna get you some scissors to take a look in that box. Mr. Childs, can you open that box?
Yes.
Okay, can you please remove the taser itself, the body of the taser? Okay. Is this the taser that you received from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office that was downloaded, and we have the logs pulled up in the background from deployment that occurred on February 27th of 2022?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you, and I may ask you to step outside of the jury box to show the jury exactly how this taser works. Permission to do so? Right. Thank you. And just to clarify, the battery is not actually plugged in and this taser would not be operable. Is that fair to say?
Correct. There's no cartridges and there's no battery installed, so it's perfectly safe.
Okay.
So this is the weapon. This is the cartridge bay where the cartridge go, and this is the battery bay, or the battery well. This is the battery pack, so it would plug in like this and snap in. And that would, it doesn't arm the weapon, but it activates the electronics and it starts syncing the logs from the memory chip in here to the memory chip in here. When the battery pack is plugged in, the safety can be armed by flipping this switch up. So up is armed and down is safe. When cartridges are installed and the battery is installed, when this is armed, we have, there's lasers at the front. There's a green laser and a red laser. A green laser points to where the top probe is going to go, and the red laser, there's actually two red lasers because we have two types of cartridge, two angles. So whichever cartridge is loaded, it will activate the laser that corresponds to that angle and points to approximately where the bottom probe is going to go. There's also a flashlight, a high-power LED flashlight that illuminates. And then you have the display at the back. If I plugged this in and snapped it in, you would see the hourglass that we saw earlier, and that's loading the logs. When armed, it would show the cartridges that are installed, and then if I pulled the trigger or activated the arc switch, that would show a countdown of the activation. Speaking of arc switch, there's two ways to activate the weapon. The trigger pull will deploy a cartridge and activate the first cartridge bay, and then another trigger pull would deploy the other cartridge and activate what we call cross connects. There's 4 different paths that it will take across the front. Another way to activate it, if you didn't want to deploy cartridges, is to press the side button. This is called the arc switch, and that will activate the high voltage on the front but not deploy a cartridge. However, if you had already deployed cartridges and wanted to reactivate, you hit the arc switch and that will reactivate all paths.
In all paths, meaning if there are already deployed cartridges or wires, can you explain that to the jury?
Yeah, so when you deploy, say you have 2 live cartridges, you arm it and pull the trigger. That deploys cartridge 1. You only have 1 path of electricity at that point. You have a plus and a minus, and electricity will flow if you have a connection between those 2. If you don't have a connection at those probes, it will arc across the front of the weapon. But if your probes are connected to a conductive load, it will conduct through the wires and through that load. When you deploy the next cartridge, now you have another path that is active, but we also do cross connect, so we can connect the top probe of Bay 1 to the bottom probe of Bay 2 across. So we have 2 cross connect paths plus Bay 1 and Bay 2 for 4 total paths that the electricity can conduct through.
Okay. And I'm going to ask that you remain standing. I'm going to I might ask you to, well, no, I will use the laser pointer here. So I want to just talk about this top logged activity. Again, 4:27 in the morning, when no triggers pulled, there was no deployment as we can see here. The safety goes off and the safety goes on. Can you show the jury how that would take place?
Yeah, replicating this, if you had battery packing cartridges installed, that's essentially what we're looking at in that first section.
Okay.
So it was armed and then play safe. I don't know why it could have been pre-shift, just making sure its battery is on and then turned off. So.
Now I'm gonna go down to the actual date itself. We have February 27th of 2022, and it looks like 17:53:55. And that again, it would be in the time zone we are currently in.
Yes.
Okay. We have firmware version 1.9.0, and then what is the next line?
Safety off, so that's where the safety is placed in the arm position.
Okay. Now, you just explained to the jury the different bays. If you turn the safety off, and as far as the logs go, is there anything reflected in the logs about whether those bays are ready?
Yeah, so under cartridge status, where it's reading the cartridge, it shows cartridge status. Spent means the cartridge has been deployed, it is spent. And ready means that it is not deployed and it's ready to go.
And then you mentioned the Taser battery was detected at 93%. Is that how much is charged? How much charge the battery has?
Yeah, it's at 93% of its full capacity.
Okay. The next thing that happens is the trigger pull. Is the safety still off at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Can you deploy a trigger if the safety is on?
You can pull the trigger with the safety on, but nothing will happen because the weapon is off.
Okay. Now, as it's reflected here, the trigger is pulled. Can you show the jury where the trigger is?
The trigger is right inside this well, so it's a little switch that's pressed.
And can you show the jury the back side where that screen would be? So that would reflect that the weapon is armed?
Yeah, so in the safe state, there is nothing displayed unless the logs are loading into the battery. Once that's done, the hourglass goes away and the screen is blank. When it's armed, then that will show the battery fuel gauge, which it's just a picture of a battery with lines. So at 93%, pretty much all the lines would be full. And then it will show 2 boxes for the cartridges, either solid for their live ready to go, or empty box, meaning it's been deployed already.
Okay. And then we have at 17:53:57.048, we have a deployment date and time, an actual deployment date and time. So that took place after the trigger was pulled and within the second. Does that
Yeah,
make
within
sense?
a few milliseconds.
Which bay was deployed?
That shows Bay 2 was deployed on this.
Can you show the jury if you know where bay 2 would be on this particular?
Yeah, from the user's perspective, we always go right to left, so cartridge 1, cartridge 2. So this would have been Bay 2 was deployed.
Then the next line, we have electricity discharged. What is this over here?
That is a link, it's the same document, it just links you to the pulse graph for this activation.
Okay. And is that how long the electricity is being discharged for?
Yes, so one difference is a trigger pull will automatically do a 5-second cycle. But you can pull the trigger, start the 5-second cycle, and then flip the safety in the down position and turn it off. So it doesn't show 5 seconds here, because 1 second after the trigger was pulled and it was deployed, the safety was placed down and it was turned off. So this activation was only 1.02 seconds in length.
Now, the safety being turned on, is that what stops that 5 second
Correct.
electricity?
Yes.
And I realize I went out of order a little bit, but was there another armed event that took place prior to that event that we just went through?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And I think the page is skipping a little bit, so I'm going to exit out of this and do the best I can to just zoom in. So it's kind of on both of those pages. So armed event, the first armed event that takes place that day, what is the length of that activity?
So from the start of the, from safety off to safety on was 10.855 seconds. So at 17:53:41, firmware version is red and the safety is off, so the weapon's armed now. Bay 1 is, the cartridge in Bay 1 is ready, and the cartridge in Bay 2 is ready, and the battery is at 94%.
Okay. So right now, that looks similar to the very first event log that took place at roughly 4:27 in the morning, where the safety is turned off, and there's the reflection that those two bays are ready. They haven't yet been deployed.
Correct.
Okay. Now, is there also a battery marker there
Yep.
detected at 94%?
Yes.
Okay. What is the next logged event?
Now at 17:53:41.9, so it's pretty close to 42, the trigger is pulled. And cartridge AFID. AFID stands for anti-felon ID. When we sell a cartridge to individual, a civilian, we require a felony background check, and that way we can track who is purchasing cartridges and possibly using them in the field. So we don't sell, if you have a felony in your background, we don't sell to you. And this applies to law enforcement too. Our previous cartridges had confetti behind the probes that would launch out, and the serial number of the cartridge was printed on that confetti. So if it's used in a crime, there's confetti that they have to pick up too, and the serial number of the cartridge can be traced to the user that we sold it to. We carried over the AFID, the anti-felon ID, into, we call it just tracking for deployment. So on this one, we said cartridge AFID. That means we're writing to the cartridge memory chip the deployment, the serial number of the handle, and the date and time that it was deployed. So if one of these was stolen and used in a crime, we could take the spent cartridge and read it and know which Taser 7 deployed it. So that's what AFID means. So we record the serial number of the cartridge serial number, the handle serial number, and the deployment date and time of that cartridge.
Okay. And this was my fault. I didn't need to go out of order. My page skipped, so we are going to just go back in chronological order. So chronologically on this date, Bay 1 deployed first.
Yes.
Okay, and then electricity was discharged for how long?
4.934 seconds, which is essentially the 5-second cycle.
Okay, is that the standard cycle that you had mentioned previously?
Yes. And if you, one thing I'll note is from trigger pull all the way to electricity discharge, that's only a few milliseconds. I mean, it's less than 100 milliseconds in time. So all those happen pretty much at the same time.
Okay, so even though they're showing in this order, they're happening pretty much at the same time, as you just mentioned.
Correct.
So as the trigger is being pulled, Bay 1 is being deployed.
Correct.
And the cartridge is being sent.
Yeah, in real time it's happening at the same time, but we log it when it's being logged down to the millisecond.
Okay. What is this next log?
Audible alert. Discharge auto shutdown warning. So we give the user a warning. It's going to go for 5 seconds automatically, but at the 4th second, we'll start doing a beeping tone to warn the user because they're focused on other things. So we give them warning that, okay, there's 1 second in this activation left. I mentioned the muscle lockup, the neuromuscular incapacitation. At the end of that 5 seconds, the suspect or the subject under control will immediately recover. There's 100% recovery, and they can jump up and start fighting. So it's a warning that you have 1 second of this activation left, and they're going to recover.
Okay. And the last activity that is recorded is what?
And then it's safety on, so as the safety was placed down, and the weapon was basically turned off.
Okay. And then it looks like there are 2, is it fair to call those kind of summaries of where the weapon is at this point? So Bay 1 has been spent, meaning it's been deployed, and then Bay 2 is still ready
Correct.
and could be deployed.
Correct.
Okay, so again, my fault for going out of order. The next armed event on this timeline is here at 17:53:55.121. What occurs there?
So this is about 3 seconds later. The weapon is armed again. So the safety is off, and it reads the cartridge, and this is what we went through a minute ago. Cartridge status on Bay 1 is spent. That was deployed in the previous trigger pull, and cartridge 2 is ready.
What can be seen on the screen at this vantage point by the user?
Oh, on the CID,
Yes, I'm sorry.
they would see the battery fuel gauge, and then they would see 2 boxes. The box on the right would be an empty box because it's been deployed, and the box on the left would be a solid box.
So the solid box is the bay that has not yet been deployed?
Correct.
Okay, so in this case, that would be bay number 2 is in the status ready.
Correct.
Okay. The battery, again, as we saw up here, is detected at 93%.
Yeah, I believe it was 94 on the last one, so you see the battery's starting to deplete. So now it's at 93%.
And then at 17:53:57.037, trigger pulled. And then I'm going to scroll down. Like we discussed above, the trigger pulled and the deployment date and the date to deploy, that those are happening relatively at the same time
Correct.
or at the same time. You're talking about, I don't know, is this a millisecond you said?
Yeah, milliseconds.
Okay. So at this point, does Bay 2 become deployed after the trigger's pulled?
Yeah, trigger's pulled, and just a few milliseconds later, Bay 2 is deployed, and the electricity begins to discharge.
And as we saw before, the logs measure how long the electricity was discharged, which is how long here.
Correct.
Is that 1.072 seconds?
That's correct.
And then what is the last recorded event down at the bottom?
That is the safety on, and it shows the status of the cartridges. So Bay 1 was already spent, and now Bay 2 has been deployed.
Okay, and so that safety switch that you've shown a couple times would have had to be turned off at 17:53:58 as it's reflected in the logs.
Correct. So that overall, the action was the trigger deployed, the cartridge deployed, and 1.072 seconds the safety was placed on.
Now the final sort of 2 lines here, Bay 1 has been spent and Bay 2 is being shown as deployed. Do those relatively mean the same thing at this time, or what can you tell the jury about how those are reflected?
They mean the same thing, spent and deployed. Deployed just means in the session it happened. If it was placed safe and then armed again later, they would both show as spent.
Thank you so much. You can return to your seat. now I'd like to go through the pulse graphs. So this is pulse graph number 1, and there's really no good way for me to do that, unfortunately. So, can you tell the jury generally what a pulse graph is?
So I mentioned when the weapon's activated, when the high voltage is activated, it starts pulsing. And every pulse that is attempted, we record the charge delivered during that pulse and some voltages. Charge delivered is the amount of current delivered in a pulse. Charge is current flowing over a period of time. And we show that in,
Sorry. This is page 3 here. Do you need the pointer?
yeah, actually that'll be. So this is we say all charges because we can potentially show 4 different paths of charge. So this is just, we're showing path 1. So this is a display of what the weapon looks like as far as cartridges deployed. So here's bay 1, and this is bay 2. So we have path 1. Right now, only 1 cartridge is deployed, so there's only 1 path active, because that's the only potential path. So we're recording the charge and the voltages on this path alone. If you scroll down a little bit. So we're showing charge, and it shows a U and then a capital C. That means microcoulombs. A coulomb is the same as 1 amp of current flowing over 1 second in time. So the Taser 7's goal is to deliver 63 microcoulombs of charge in each pulse. So that is 63 millionths of a coulomb. So that's what we're recording. The weapon is trying to regulate 63 microcoulombs no matter what load it's going into. However, if the load is changing, the resistance or impedance of that load is changing, the charge will change. So that's why we graph it. We can't say it's 63 all the time. So we can see here it starts at like 40 and starts to rise up, and then it gets this bouncing, it's kind of going up and down, and that indicates that there's a lack of connection.
Okay.
Well, there's a partial connection. There's somewhat of a connection, but it's not a good connection.
Okay, before we go more into the specifics, if this is stating pulse graph 1, and I know you just demonstrated for the jury and we went through line by line the activity, are we talking about the first deployment that occurred of day 1 on the activity log when we're looking at this graph?
Yes.
Okay. And so the better, is it fair to say the better the connectivity, the straighter the line would be, or the tighter the dots would be, or tell the jury more about what you're looking at?
Yeah, I would expect if this was probes that made a really good connection, it would start here and climb up and just make a line at 63 and just be a pretty much a straight line of dots.
But generally speaking, from the data that you did analyze and are now explaining, there was a deployment of the actual cartridge here and probes, as you mentioned.
Correct.
Okay. Before we go any further, can you describe generally how probes work in connection to the Taser 7?
Yeah, so the probes are, they're in the cartridge, and there is about 20, well, the range is 25 feet, but there's about 27 feet of wire inside the probe. So as the probe comes out, the wire is pulled out of the probe and as it travels down the range to whatever target it hits. That wire is electrically connected to the cartridge, and the cartridge is electrically connected to the handle. So when the weapon generates a pulse and delivers it, if there's a connection at the probes, the electricity will go through the top probe into the bottom probe and back. So it makes a connection, kind of like a battery. you have a circular connection of current flow. If one of those probes doesn't connect, the weapon has no choice but to arc from electrode to electrode across the front of it. What we see in this graph is a mixture of both. It's being delivered through the probes into a connection, but also arcing across the front periodically.
Okay, and that is technology that can be used by Taser 7. That's how that machine can work
Yeah.
in some instances.
It's how it works, yes.
Okay. And let me just. So before we go any further, there's only green path 1 being shown here from Bay 1 again.
Correct.
What does that mean?
That means the only path 1 is active from the weapon. The weapon is only activating the electronics to discharge on path 1.
What is the next graph that we see?
That is called the stim voltage. Stim stands for stimulation. So there's 2 capacitors inside the weapon in here. A capacitor is an electrical component that stores energy and releases energy when you trigger it to. So there's 2 capacitors. One's the arc capacitor, and it's in charge of creating the high voltage arc. And there's a stim capacitor, stimulation. That's the one that has the energy that causes the muscles to contract. And they both work together. We're looking at the stim voltage because that tells me, analyzing pulse graphs, 1, how much charge is being delivered from the weapon, but 2, the stim tells us how hard the weapon needs to work in order to generate that amount of charge. And that can determine what type of load we're discharging into.
Now, I'm going to zoom in on this little graph here. And you mentioned previously that the Taser 7, the 2 bays work together. Can you explain that further for the jury now that we have the diagram of that on the screen?
Yeah, so when you only have 1 cartridge deployed, there's only 1 path potential, and that's from probe A to probe B on bay 1. So that's the only thing active. If you deploy another cartridge, then it will activate, we call it adaptive cross connect, but that will be path 1 from from probe A to B, and then on bay 2, probe C to D. So those are your 2 paths from the 2 cartridges, but we also activate cross connect. So you can have a path here from A to D or B to C on 4. So for instance, if you deploy the subject and the top probe hits, but the bottom probe hit the concrete, you could deploy again, and if you get only the bottom probe of the second cartridge in, you would have a connection from the top probe to the bottom probe. Or if both probes hit, you get multiple connections. So it just increases the chance of effect, cause and effect, because the number one reason a Taser energy weapon is not effective is due to cartridge misses or probe misses, or even if you have baggy clothing and it can't penetrate through. That's the number one. So we increase the chances of making a connection.
So the Taser 7 was developed, and it looks like advanced to the technology that we're looking at, where there can be activity and essentially better usage amongst the 2 bays. They don't work individually. Is that fair to say?
Correct. They are independent of each other, but they work together.
Okay. And so let me zoom that back out again. What is this next graph that we see here?
We record the pulse rate of each path that is active, and that tells a story to it. It's not worth any value in this case, but there are cases, say, if you had a missed probe connection, we can kind of determine just by the logs which probe missed based on the pulse rates.
Okay. Now, this is a escape here. what are these next graphs that we're looking at? It looks like now we're talking about something called path in the next pulse graph on page 5. See, it's 22.
So when we saw the first graph said all charges and all stem voltage, if we had cross connect active, it would show all 4 paths on the same graph. This we separate path 1, path 2, path 3, and 4, whichever ones are active. To just give it a cleaner view, sometimes it's hard to read with all the dots there, so then we separate the paths to be able to look at which path had a connection or not.
Okay. And then again, it's the stem voltage. What does that graph tell you?
That's the same thing as the all, it's just showing path 1. These on this deployment, I'd rather we didn't show in the second graphs because it's not of value. But when adaptive cross connect is active, it's very valuable.
Okay. All right, so then we are now on page 6 of States 22. This is pulse graph 2. So is this the second deployment of Bay 2 that you demonstrated for the jury that occurred?
Correct. This is the Bay 2 deployment, the cartridge 2 deployment.
Okay, and this says energized started at 17:53:57.
That's correct.
What does that mean?
That is the timestamp in Eastern Standard Time that the deployment occurred at.
Okay, not the time necessarily that the safety went off.
Correct. This is at the trigger pull at the cartridge deployment.
So, going to make this graph bigger. Let's start with the graph titled All Charges. Tell the jury what we are looking at here.
So here, this is a recording of all the charges, so all 4 paths. And we give them a different color, but also a different shape, just in case this is copied, not in color. So we have the different shapes and colors. So we see path 1 is green and circles. And so anywhere you see the green circle, that is path 1 discharging. And then the orange is path 2, blue is path 3, there, and path 4 is purple, purple triangles.
Okay. So the Bay 1 and Bay 2 are interacting with one another. Now we are seeing numerous paths on this particular graph.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're interacting with each other.
I'm probably
but
using not correct terminology.
And these are shown on the same graph, but they're not happening at the same time. Each pulse is individual, but it's rotating. It's doing, I believe it does path 1, 3, 2, and 4, in some order like that. So it's just alternating, but it's happening very fast. And
Okay.
so each path with four different paths, the weapon's going at 44 pulses per second, but it's splitting it amongst those paths. One thing you'll notice is there's a lot more orange dots than there are blue, or green, sorry.
And again, green is from Bay 1 path.
Path 1. So the weapon senses when it has a good connection versus a bad connection, and it will try the bad connections less than the good connection. It wants to focus more energy on the good connection, but it can't forget about the bad connection because what if something changes? So that's what we're seeing here. Path 1 has a bad connection, so it's being tried less. Path 2 actually sensed a connection, initially at least.
Okay. And then again, we have the Alston voltages chart here, or graph.
So the stem voltage shows how hard the weapon needs to work. It's the voltage that the capacitors are charged at, but that tells us how hard the weapon is working. So what this shows is the weapon is increasing the voltage, means it's working harder because it's going into a resistive load. And then all of a sudden it starts to go down, which means something changed and it's easier for it to conduct.
Okay. The next graph we have is all arc voltages.
Yeah, arc voltages aren't really used. It's always a straight line, so I ignored it.
Okay. And then all pulse rates is the next chart that we have on here. What is
Yeah.
this?
This one was, so this records the pulse rate of each path during each second of activation. So this was 1.7 seconds, I believe, so, or, well, in the second, second, this is the pulse rates here, and then they're really low because the second wasn't a complete full second. It was only 1.7. So the pulse rates isn't really valuable in this case.
Okay, thank you. And we are now at pulse graph 2, but still showing path 1. Tell the jury what this means.
So this is like the all charges graph. Now we're separating each path. So this one we're looking at only at path 1 on this activation. So it shows the slow pulse rate and the charge being delivered through path 1 only.
So does this show us activity that occurred after the second trigger pull, but it's isolating the activity of path 1 right now?
Exactly.
Okay, and so the previous graph that we just saw simply has the green dots separated out from it. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Is there any significance of pulse graph 2 with the paths that are shown?
So this one's showing path 2. They keep it in the same code because we're only showing one path. So, so this is the charge delivered from path 2, and also the stem voltage from path 2.
Okay. So had there been a better probe connection with the first trigger pull and deployment of that prong, this graph would appear differently perhaps? Like, does it depend on that first prong deployment?
Yeah, so this is path 2, so this is specifically the cartridge 2 probes
Okay.
on path 2.
So the colors, I just want to make sure that we are on the same page. Path 2 is not being shown as orange.
Not when the graphs are separated, they kept them in the same color.
Okay.
I'm actually mad at them about that. So it's
I would be
confusing
too.
to explain.
Okay.
But we have to go by what is showing path 2, so we know that it should be orange.
Okay, so that should be orange. It's just not showing on the page as such.
Ideally, I would like it to be orange, and you're giving me another data point that I had to sit in court and explain this.
Okay.
So just change the color.
Okay. So when we are on pulse graph 2, path 2, this really should be the orange path 2 coming from bay 2.
It is the same as the orange dots on this. It's essentially that path 2 is this graph with all path 1, 3, and 4 removed,
Okay.
and then changing the color.
So the page that we have up on the screen correctly shows the colors from the little legend
Right.
chart, if you will.
Right.
Okay. So this is page 10 of stage 22, just to correctly reflect that on the record. Now we are on path 3, and the charge and the stem voltage graphs are being shown on the screen.
Correct.
Okay, so again, going back to our color-coded screen here, which path is that?
Path 3.
And
So
which color is?
the blue squares.
Okay, but again, it's just showing as a green dot, but it really is path 3 as reflected on the all charge graph that we see here
Correct.
on page 5 of stage 22.
Correct.
Thank you. So, back up here. Can you tell the jury now what is happening on these graphs? On path 3, there
So-
should be a blue square.
Yeah, so this is showing that path 3, essentially this showing path 3 did not have a connection. And any of this arcing was likely in open air across the front of the cartridge.
Okay. So not necessarily in the first path, as we saw before.
Well, the paths was separate, so, but path 3 is the top of Bay 1, the top probe of Bay 1 to the bottom probe of Bay 2, and that there was no conductive path there, so it would have been arcing across the front of the cartridges.
And by arcing, what does that mean?
Arcing is, I'll explain it. If you take 2 points, 2 electrodes, and build up a voltage between those electrodes, once you hit a voltage high enough, the air molecules between those electrodes ionize and become conductive, and electricity will flow through them, and it makes light and a sound. That's a lightning bolt, that's the arcing of a taser weapon. That's how the high voltage technology works. And so when I say arcing, that means that the air was ionized and became conductive, and you have the, it's also called a spark, or electric arc.
Okay. But that occurred after the second trigger pull in this particular case.
Yeah, all of these on graph 2 are after, they're after the second trigger pull during that activation.
Your Honor, permission to republish. Sorry. Permission to republish states 6.
You may.
Thank you. So before we go into this, did you review body cam footage that was sent to you by the sheriff's office or by the state attorney's office to look at in connection to the logs that we just went through?
Yes, body camera and dash camera.
Okay. Did you review body camera video from different deputies that were there?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to slow this down quite a bit. And I'm sorry, there's no better way to do that. I tried.
The kind of clicking sound, that is the pulsing of the weapon. So the weapon was active on the first cartridge deployment at that time.
So let's sort of do a screen by screen discussion here. I'm going to pull up states 21 again. So I want to have you explain side by side as we go, but first and foremost, the time over here on the left, 17:53:41.
Yeah, may we approach?
You may. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take a 15-minute recess, let you stretch your legs, get something to drink, maybe a snack, and then we'll bring you back in at 11:10. Thank you.
Jury is exiting.
Mr. Elton, you're welcome to leave the witness stand as well.
You.
Mr. Barber, you good to go?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Go ahead, manager. Thank you.
Jury centering.
Thank you, Judge. Before we go into the details of the video, you had mentioned something called clock drift. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Yeah, clock drift is when you have one clock that is not constantly synchronized to another one. It's free running, and it's running slightly slower or slightly faster than your reference clock.
So when you are analyzing and reviewing data and doing any sort of comparison to body camera video, or just to get a better vantage point from body camera video, do you ever look at for any discrepancies between the timestamps of both?
Yes, I do.
And how do you determine what is accurate?
Well, on a taser weapon, the battery pack has a log of data as well. So let me back up. The clock in the taser weapon is actually running on the battery pack. It's called a RTC, or real-time clock, and that is for the timekeeper for the taser weapon. When the battery is plugged into the weapon is armed, and it will get the time from the battery pack and run the time from that. When the battery is docked in a docking station connected to the Axon of the servers, the time is synchronized to the network protocol time. And that's the most accurate time that will ever be on the weapon, is right after that synchronization. That synchronization is recorded from the time it was from to the time that it was set to. And you can tell how far off the clock was by that time difference.
Do you ever look at the activity that's going on in the body camera footage to determine whether it matches at all with what's happening on the logs, and if there's any discrepancy between those two timestamps?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
Okay. And what, if any, time difference is there between the logs that we have on the left of the screen and the timestamps of the body camera footage that you reviewed?
Well, overall, that's a little difficult because the body cameras themselves, there's plus minus 1 second already between the body cameras. I don't know how these body cameras are synchronized. I'm not sure the technology that this company has.
Is it fair to say these are not Axon issued cameras?
Yeah, these are not Axon cameras.
Okay.
They're someone else's cameras. But the times appear to be accurate if you pick out a certain sound or a certain phrase or a certain thing happening in the videos that you can view in all of the videos and look at the timestamp on those. The body cameras.
May we approach? Sure.
So, as you were saying, you can proceed. You were explaining, kind of looking at both the time difference.
Looking at the footage, it appears that the footage of the body cameras and fleet cameras are all accurate to within a second, plus minus 1 second. So, for instance, if there is an event that you can capture on all the cameras, one of them might show 59 seconds, another one shows 0 seconds, and another shows 58. So
Okay.
they're accurate to plus minus 1 second.
So amongst themselves, you were saying?
Amongst themselves, just by the timestamp in the footage.
Okay. Now, comparing, and we'll go kind of body cam by body cam as you reviewed, in this case, you reviewed Deputy McLean's body camera video?
Yes.
Okay. So let's just start with that. As it's reflected on the log over here on the left, which again states 21, the timestamps on the left-hand side. So the first one is 17:53:41. If we look over here to the body camera video, what discrepancy is there? And I'm not saying that these are at the same time, but generally speaking, what were you able to determine? Was the time or the clock drift between the logs and what is reflected on the far right-hand screen corner of the body camera videos?
Yeah, so the logs, looking at the battery data, the battery logs for the Taser weapon, when it was synchronized, which was after the incident, the clock was 2 seconds slow. So it was adjusted by 2 seconds set forward. That means that its clock was running 2 seconds slow. So in relation
So the
to
Taser's clock.
Correct.
Okay, thank
So
you.
essentially, if you take all these timestamps and add 2 seconds, that's the more accurate time.
Okay, so when on the left-hand side it states 21, page 2, the time stamp marker 17:53:41 would be reflected over here as 17:53:43, as the body camera videos are generally 2 seconds after it's showing on the logs.
Generally, you can have 1 second error depending on which body camera you're looking at,
Okay.
but in general, there's a 2 second error in the clock.
Let me click out of this.
Where is it?
Okay, so I just paused the video at 17:53:48 as to state 6, the body camera video, and we see the timestamp up there. Now, this is just one of the body camera videos that you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. So on the logs over here, would that be to the best of your ability to estimate, and in light of the collective body camera videos that you reviewed and the data that you reviewed, be somewhere on this log at roughly 17:53:44? If we're looking at the logs, the printed logs? And I'm not saying that 44 seconds is showing up, but is that 46. I promise I know math. 46 would be over here. And again, there's no 46, but that is 2 seconds slower on the printed PDF logs than it is on the body camera video.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point on the log states 21, page 2. And do you still have the laser pointer up there? And
Yes.
can you show the jury again when the trigger is pulled and read out the timestamp?
Trigger is pulled at 17:53:41.9.
Okay, so when Deputy McLean, the video that we're seeing in state 6, shows up to the scene and it is 17:53:48, but if we're really looking at the logs, it would be what time?
17:53:46.
Okay, so has the trigger already been pulled prior to Deputy McLean's arrival on the scene?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And I'm going to pause the video now. It's 17:53:49 of State 6. We were talking about the sound that we heard previously. Can you explain to the jury how you recognize that?
It's a ticking at when one bay's going at 22 pulses per second. I have heard it so many times I recognize it just off the bat, but it's a ticking sound that is fast duration, kind of a snapping ticking sound.
Okay. And it looks like here, I'm going to draw your attention to 17:53:42, electricity was discharged. That would have taken place again prior to Deputy McLean's arrival on scene and at 17:53:44.
Correct.
Okay. Now, this marker here, where it says that electricity was discharged for 4.93 seconds, which I know you mentioned, the standard is 5 seconds unless the safety is turned off. Did electricity continue to be discharged as Deputy McLean is walking up on scene?
Yes, it did. And this shows 4.953, but that's essentially the 5 seconds we round out. So
Okay.
this was a standard cycle that was automatically stopped.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm pausing the video state 6 at 17:53:50. Again, the logs would be approximately 2 seconds before. What is the last event here that we see down on the screen?
That is the safety being turned off on, or which turns the weapon off.
Okay.
It's disarmed.
And did you discuss and were you provided information about who the deputies are in these videos?
No.
Okay. So you don't personally know anyone in this case. You don't work for a law enforcement agency. You were asked to download and analyze data from a neutral perspective, including these body camera videos.
Right. The only time any names was they're attached to the file name of the footage. Other than that, I don't know who anyone is.
Personally.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So, I'm going to pause Deputy McLean's video, Exhibit 6 at 17:53:53. Is the safety already on at this time? In review of your logs?
By the logs, this would be, it's right around the time. I believe that at this frame, the weapon is still armed, but at any moment now, it's going to be disarmed.
Okay, thank you.
And the reason I say this is the illumination on the ground.
Okay, can you point that out for the jury?
We can see light in this area, and that's coming from the front of the weapon. And you can also see the laser dots. Right
Okay.
there.
What are the laser dots?
The lasers are when the weapon's armed. 2 lasers turn on, one for the top probe, one for the bottom. And you can see the red and the green right there. Right in front of the glasses.
Okay.
And now that next frame, the light is off and the lasers are off. So that is when the weapon is turned off.
Okay. And you, based upon your training and experience and years of looking at Taser data, but also comparing it to body camera videos, that is the conclusion that you're able to reach, is that the Taser would have been turned off at this time.
Correct.
And again, just for the record, it is 17:53, 53, it's still within that second range. And again, if we look over at the log, can you point out for the jury when that occurred on the log?
That occurred on this line, safety on disarm.
So when it
That's
says
that
17:53, 51, in the body camera perspective, that is, I know you can't say with exact certainty, more like 17:53, 53.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're looking in! You're gonna get taken again, dude!
I'm going to pause the video at 17:53, 57. As part of, you work for the company that makes and sells and essentially distributes the Taser that was used in this case and that we see in the video. Are there risks of deployment around gasoline?
Yes.
Okay, and are users and law enforcement officers included warned about that?
Yes.
When you sell them and they sign off that they received and that they essentially are agreeing to abide by those safety recommendations by Axon.
Yeah, essentially how it works is when we make a sale, the warnings are, I'm not sure if we print them and put them with the devices, but the warnings are given with each sale and they're available online.
Okay. Thank you.
Get your hands down! Do it now!
And I am so sorry, but I'm going to republish just for a brief second, state 6.
Give me your fucking hands! 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 Give me your hands! Give me your hands!
I'm pausing, and it may be hard to see in this frame at 17:53. What does this appear to be?
That appears to be the probes from cartridge 1.
Okay, so the trigger would have already been deployed,
Yes.
and a bay one?
Yes.
Okay, so in going back to the graphs, that is graph number 1 in the pulse activity that happened in graph number 1.
That's correct.
Okay. And is electric current being passed at this point?
For the pulse graphs, some of the pulses are being delivered, others are arcing. So the probes are physically connected in the subject's shoulder, but there's something wrong with the connection. And so some pulses are being delivered, some are arcing across the web.
Could that be because one of the probes didn't connect, or can you tell the jury more about that?
Well, we can see in the footage the probes are connected, but it could be a wire came off, a wire broke somewhere down the line, or maybe even at the front of the cartridge a wire is broke. I'm not sure, but it does show there was a connection, but not a good connection.
Thank you. Did you also review video footage that came from a deputy that was represented to be Christopher Kofinas?
Yes.
We're now republishing states 7. Did you review both body camera footage and dash camera footage?
Yes.
Publishing the body camera footage of stage 7. I'm going to go back. Now that we can see both the log of states 21 and state 7 side by side. So this was represented to be, again, Deputy Kafina's body camera video.
Yes.
What, can you tell the jury what timestamp is reflected on the body camera footage right here of Deputy Kafina's?
17:53:43.
Okay. And do you see the Axon Taser 7 in the video?
Yes.
Can you please identify it?
Right there.
And this video is being taken from the vantage point of Christopher Kafina's,
Yes.
as it was represented to you. Now, he is holding the Taser 7 in his right hand, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what happens on the logs in real time, and again with the 2-second delay on the logs? Can you explain that to the jury? What is happening on the logs right now?
So on the logs, we show 17:50:41, which would be 43 approximately in the footage, that the trigger is pulled. Above that is when the weapon was armed.
So, to the best of your ability, looking at the body camera footage, looking at the data, roughly that we see reflected on the screen on the body cam is when the trigger was pulled, as we sit here and look at it right now?
43, roughly.
Give or
yes.
take?
Yeah, and each body camera is within plus minus 1 second of each other, so there could be 1 second, or depends on which video we're looking at. So it could be 43 on this footage or 44. I do remember the dash cam footage was the latest that would show like 1 second later.
Okay, thank you. Did you hear that sound again? And I'm pausing for the record, 17:53:45.
Yes.
Okay. What is happening? Can you show the jury and explain what is happening and what we can see on the logs at the estimated time over here on the left?
Approximately at that time, that's when trigger pull is occurring, and all of these cartridge AFib, Bay 1 deployed, electricity discharge, that's all happening right about that time.
Okay. So is electricity being discharged per the logs at the log 17:53:42 right here?
Correct.
And is that part of the sound that we are hearing in the video?
Yes, you just started to hear the arcing sound.
And again, that cycle was pretty standard, 5 seconds, give or take.
Correct.
Now, do my best to go back for a second. Pause the video at 17:53:45. Can you explain to the jury what it is that Deputy Kafinas is doing with the taser?
He's holding it in his right hand, and it is very close to the subject. And that's one thing we noticed from where the probes were, both probes, they were very close together, which means he was really close to the subject when the trigger was pulled and those cartridges deployed.
Okay, so can the probe still be deployed even at close range, such as what we see in State 7 here?
Yes, they can be deployed at point blank.
Okay. Do my best to go back here. I know that's not the best shot, but at 1753-54 of State 7, what are we looking at here?
That is both of the probes from cartridge 1.
And was that the Bay 1 and what we saw in graph 1? That is that activity.
That is Bay 1. One thing I do want to point out is both these probes look a little bit different. So this one is the full probe with the can that holds all the wire. The other one is just the tip of the probe, which means the can broke away. It's heavy because it has 27 feet of wire in it. And probably the force of it coming out, or the weapon being pulled away, the can pulled away, and the wire is still supposed to be connected. But that's why this one looks different. It's pretty much just the front cap of this, but the body of it had broken away.
Understood. Thank you. So at 1753-54 of State 7, Deputy Kafidas' body camera video, when does the safety, per your review of this, go on? And I'll back up to a couple seconds before so we can play it again at 1753-52.
Give me your hands! Give me your hands! Oh my God! Give me your fucking hands! Are you playing the game, man? Get your hands up! Get your hands up!
So, and we may have to do frame by frame. And let me ask you this question. Were you able to do frame by frame analysis in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So let's back up to 1753. And we still hear that sound, correct? Pausing at the 53-49 marker.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm pausing it now at 1753-50. What can you tell the jury about that sound at all?
That's where I believe we heard the sound stop. So that's the end of the 5-second activation.
Okay. So again, in the logs, 1753-51 would be reflected on here, give or take at 1753-53. The safety is turned on?
Yeah, that's after, so it was after the cycle had ended. So a couple seconds after that is when the safety was placed on.
Would it help if I played it in very slow motion or go frame by frame? For you to-
Frame by frame is best if we can see the weapon and the lights.
So just for the record, it is just switched to 1753-51. And to to 52.
And I believe on Kofina's
It depends on which video that we are looking at.
or actually 53 to 54, because on the log it's 1753.51.
We're almost at
which is
52.
essentially 52.
Okay, can you
So-
show the jury that, what you just explained?
So it's 1753.51.9, which is just 100 milliseconds from it being 1753.52. So if I was rounding these times, I'd say 1753.52. With the 2-second time correction on the taser weapon, it would be 1753.54 in real time.
I'm going to fast forward here to roughly right here, which is so whose arm does this appear to be?
It looks like the user wearing the camera, so I would assume it's Kofina's.
Okay. So that is now free at this point of the video, which was 57 seconds. And whose arm does this appear to be?
State of Florida versus David Crawford. Could I have appearances, please?
Ryan Williams and Olivia Walker from the state of Florida.
Thank you.
Michael Barber on behalf of Mr. Crawford.
Okay. Are we ready to bring the jury in? Ms. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, yes.
Okay. We'll go ahead and bring them in. Yes, please. We can go ahead and bring the jury in. Thank you.
Jury entering.
Members of the jury, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Did you all adhere to the instruction I gave you about not doing any research about the case or talking to one another or any minutes about the case?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I also received an inquiry regarding the length of the trial. We are still expected to finish Friday. I've spoken with the lawyers and they are in agreement. So we are on schedule. We are moving along. So I just want you to be assured that that's where we're at with the schedule, okay? If you have any other questions about that, we'll be happy to try to answer those as best we can. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the clerk?
You may.
And permission to republish dates 21.
Yes.
So just very briefly, Mr. Childs, before the break, we were talking about the other PDF of the data that was downloaded by the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. Is this a copy of that data?
Yes, it appears so.
Okay. But you were asked to look at this data?
Yes.
And something that we were discussing before we broke earlier this morning is that the data that is reflected on this exhibit is in reverse chronological order?
Yeah, so it's organized by sessions, meaning from when the weapon's armed to when it's safe, and that is called a session. The sessions are in reverse chronological order.
Okay.
But the events within each session are in chronological order.
Understood. So I'm going to flip to page, just for reference. This is page 4, stage 21. This at the top right-hand corner says discharge 1. Because the sessions are in reverse chronological order, is this actually discharge 2?
Yes.
Okay, so when we were looking back at your data from earlier this morning that I'm about to pull up in just a moment, where the pulse graph and the other data that you can see in the event log, that is listed as pulse graph 1 and 2. That is correct chronologically speaking.
Correct.
So on your data where it says pulse graph 2, that is being reflected as discharge 1 in the Osceola County Sheriff's Office records.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and we were also talking about how there was a bounce that you referred to it as
Switch bounce.
switch bounce. Now that is that something that you've seen before?
Yes.
Okay. And again, the logs that we just took a look at in states 21, the second trigger pull out of all 3 of them, can you tell the jury what that is?
So basically, that one happened. So on the first trigger pull, the trigger was pulled and held in for 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, or well, it was 2-point-something seconds. After that, the trigger was released, and after it was released 12 milliseconds later, it connected.
Okay, understood. Now, did you yourself test or do any tests, and we probably already talked about this a little, but I'm going to ask some follow-up questions. Deputy Kafinas Taser 7 that was deployed on February 27th of 2022.
Yes, I did.
Can you walk the jury through what testing you did?
Yeah, we did electrical analysis, testing the output and measuring the output. I did additional trigger pulls during that test to ensure that the trigger pulls that I did were reported as a single trigger pull, or looking for if there was more trigger bounce more prevalent needing it. And then we also did a trigger force test.
Okay. Walking back through the electrical test, can you tell the jury about the results of that test and what the findings were?
Yeah, the weapon was operating within specification. We have specifications for the output charge and voltage. So it was operating within specification, and it was functional for every function that it's supposed to do. It was
Okay.
recorded properly.
So there were no malfunctions that you observed in any of that
That's
testing?
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And then you did some trigger pulls during that, I believe you said?
Yes, I did 5 additional trigger pulls
Okay.
to ensure that the trigger pulls were all recorded properly and that they initiated the weapon as it's supposed to.
Was this Taser 7 fully functional?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you observe any damage or defects in the actual usage of the Taser and how it was performing?
No.
Can you tell the jury about how water or moisture could damage a Taser?
Well, Taser is an electronic device, and so we try to seal it. Well, the Taser 7 is designed to be able to go in a heavy rain, but not like submersed in water. So water or any conductive liquid can get in the circuit board and short circuit things and damage the unit.
Okay, but as we've seen in the body camera videos, law enforcement wears their tasers on the outside of their uniform in a holster where they could be in the rain, as you just mentioned.
Yes, they could.
And do you expect that amount of moisture to short circuit or cause the taser to malfunction?
No, we expect it to be able to encounter heavy rain and still be okay.
Now, you mentioned submersion. Would that be something to the effect of a taser being tossed in a lake or a pond, or actually being underwater?
Yeah, underwater, tossed anywhere if it's submersed underwater, that's where water could get in and damage it.
What happens when that occurs with water specifically?
Well, the circuit board inside would short circuit. It would probably stop logging because it takes the microprocessor running properly in order to log information into memory. So it wouldn't be recording. And it depends on what is being short circuited on how it would malfunction, but it would break. It would no longer work properly.
Would you expect to have been able to test fire the Taser 7 and determine that it was fully functional if there was that sort of damage that you just mentioned?
If it was general water that's contaminated with minerals and this and that, I would expect it not to work anymore because typically even if you dry a unit out, the contamination can affect the circuit and it'll start to corrode on the circuits and it gets worse and worse.
Okay.
The only way would be if it was like pure distilled water that's not contaminated with anything. But if it was dropped in a puddle, I would expect it to no longer function and not recover.
Okay. And that is a puddle of water specifically?
Yeah.
What is the difference between water and gasoline in this context?
Well, gasoline is not conductive, so I wouldn't expect gasoline to short circuit the inside.
Okay, so water is conductive?
Water can be conductive. Pure water without minerals is not conductive,
Okay.
but rainwater and everything, tap water, that has minerals in it and it becomes conductive.
Okay, so if there were gasoline vapors around a taser, just in general, you would not expect in your training and experience for that to cause a short circuit of a Taser 7?
No, I wouldn't expect that.
Okay. And you would not expect for, even if dropped in or near gasoline on the ground, for that Taser 7 to be affected in the same manner as if it were dropped in a puddle of water?
That's correct.
Did all of the buttons work on the Taser 7 that you examined?
Yes.
Were there discharges at a high voltage during your testing?
Yeah, when I discharged into a load, we measured the voltage, it was all within spec.
Would you expect to see that if there were some sort of water damage or other damage?
No, most likely the high voltage section would be the first one affected because high voltage wants to conduct, and so I wouldn't expect the high voltage section to fire, for lack of a better term. I wouldn't expect it to increase the voltage high enough to work.
And the logs that you mentioned would be affected. So the activity that the Taser 7 is able to record and then produce on the PDF that we have been looking at, you would not expect to see that activity after the damage is done.
Correct. There's a circuit inside that converts the data to USB connection. So there's basically a USB converter in there. I would expect that to be shorted, so I wouldn't expect to be able to download this in a normal fashion.
So despite that, the way that log, that second trigger pull detection that we saw on the other logs that you say was a switch bounce and that you sometimes see in your experience, that doesn't affect the functionality of the Taser 7 that you tested?
No, not in any way.
Okay. And you found, again, the Taser 7 to be fully functional.
Yes.
And permission to republish States 5.
Yes, you.
And Mr. Childs, you also looked at Deputy Crawford's body camera video
Correct.
in connection with your analysis.
Yes.
So we are now at 17:53:39. Again, just as a reminder, what would that be reflected on the logs in your analysis?
17:53:37 approximately.
Thank you. I'm pausing the video at 17:53:45, so that would be reflected in the logs around 17:53:43.
Correct.
Okay, and what sound did you hear, if any, on the video?
Mostly I heard yelling.
Okay, let's back it up to 17:53:43, and let me know if you hear any sounds. Did you hear or observe the first taser discharge go off?
It's hard to pick out in this video. The microphone's a little bit muffled on
Okay.
this one, so it's a little harder to pick out from where he was.
Okay. Did you see any lights or from the taser itself at all? And I can go frame by frame. Just for reference, this is 17:53:47, which would be reflected in the logs as 17:53:45.
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you see the taser here?
Yes.
And is the taser still pressed against the victim's body?
Yes, it is.
Do you see any lights that would have been coming from the taser there? And specifically, I'm going to draw your attention to this, a red and a green mark.
Yeah, it appears to be the green laser mark right around there.
And for the record, that's 17:53:48. Are the prongs in the victim's back at this point at 17:53:52?
Yes, they're right here where I'm heading.
And at 17:53:53, drawing your attention over to the log states 22. What is going on at that point?
On the logs, that's the point where the weapon is placed in safe mode or the safety on.
Okay.
It appears in the footage that the light is still on. You can still see light illuminating on the ground, but frame by frame, we'll see that turn off.
So I'm going to go frame by frame.
Right there.
Okay, thank you. So that's 17:53:53 still at that timestamp. Now, at 17:53:55, is the safety still on
Yes.
for the
safety's-
logs?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a video taken from the vantage point of Deputy Crawford, the defendant in this case.
Yes.
Does the taser appear to be in the right hand of Deputy David Crawford?
It appears so.
And I'm going to pause it at 17:53:56. I think the best way to do this is to go frame by frame, but did you have the opportunity to watch this video in multiple different ways prior to testifying?
Yes, full speed, slow speed, and frame by frame.
Okay. Is the taser that is currently in the defendant's right hand passed to a different hand? Is that what is about to occur?
Yes.
And is that being passed to his left hand?
Yes, from his right hand to the left.
And that is, we are at 17:53:56 at this point, which would be roughly where on the logs?
Just before this point, before it is armed.
Okay, so, and that is, you're able to say that that's 2 to 3 seconds within the logs, which are 2 to 3 seconds prior to what we see on the timestamp of the video?
Correct.
Now, where is the safety? If you are the person holding this taser, is the safety on the right side and we cannot see it?
It's actually on the right and the left side, but it's in this area.
Okay. So are there two, or can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, it's made for ambidextrous, so it can be armed either side. So there's one, they're identical on the left or right side.
Does that assist with regard to anything to do with someone who's right or left-handed, or I think you just mentioned it's just to ensure that it's usable at various points?
Yeah, users kind of choose how they use it. So you might be right-handed, right dominant or left dominant, or armament, you might prefer to use this thumb versus that thumb. So
Okay.
it's just makes it so it can be used by anyone.
Thank you. So the fringe just went to 17:53:57. To the best of your ability to estimate, is this around the time that the safety goes off at some point in this frame that we're looking at, or around it?
Around this frame, it could have been a few frames before. Unfortunately, we don't have a view right at that point.
And when you say a few frames before, and unfortunately I can't go back,
yeah,
but are you talking about a couple of these shots that we've just looked at?
yeah, just a few of them. It's around that time. At this point, I can't see the lasers yet, so it might not be armed, but it also might be the lasers not pointed at the. I'm not sure what the dark object there is. I believe that's Kofi's uniform.
Okay.
But eventually, frame by frame, you do see the laser marks on the uniform. And that's where we know for sure that the weapon's been armed. Right there. So we have the green laser dot right there. And you can see through the yellow plastic, the flashlight has been turned on. So I'm
What
not
does the
sure.
flashlight mean?
The weapon has a high power LED flashlight, so when you arm it, that flashlight turns on and the lasers illuminate.
Thank you.
So this is the first frame where we see the laser and evidence of the flashlight being on.
We are still at 1753-57. What do we see here?
We can see the green laser and the red laser and evidence of the flashlight being on shining through the yellow plastic.
Okay, is it possible we just couldn't see the red laser before in the prior shot, or
It's possible.
does one light ever go off?
No,
Okay.
they all turn on at the same time. So it's possible we couldn't see it, or it's possible it wasn't on until that first frame that we saw them. We don't know which one.
And now the taser is not visible. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it just changed to 1753-58. That would put the logs roughly at 1753-56. So is it fair to say that at this point, the safety has not yet been turned off? Because the safety was turned off at 1753-58, which would be closer to the 1754-00 mark over here.
Correct. We're still at this point before the trigger's pulled, so it's still in between this line at 1753-55 and 1753-57.
Thank you.
We're in between there.
Thank you for clarifying that. So was there some issue with light coming in that maybe affected your ability to see every single thing that happened on this video?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes there's glare or what I call artifacts on the lens. Like sometimes a dot shows up, but it's more like probably a speck of dust on the lens and it gets lit up.
Okay. So just for the record, 1753-59, is that where we start to see the flames come out at the bottom?
Yeah, I believe it was a frame before this. But yeah, that's when you see the first illumination from the flame. Right there.
Okay. And that's 1753-59.
Correct.
Now, the safety goes off at what time on States 22?
That would be 1753-58 for the weapon logs. Or, I'm sorry, that's safety on.
Safety on, okay. And roughly where could that put us on the body camera video timestamp?
Oh, so at this point, at 1753-59 on the footage would be 1753-57. So we're between Bay 2 deployed electric discharge and when safety's off. So between these two.
Now, with the technology that we have here with the Taser 7, and you explained previously, and I'll pull up on States 22, sort of the little graph that shows the different pathways. Again, if the first bay has been deployed and prongs are already in someone's, in this case, back, if Bay 2 is deployed, how does that affect the prongs that were deployed in Bay 1?
It doesn't. They're independent of each other. The Bay 1 probes were in his back already. However, the connection was not good, especially in the pulse graph number 2 from the second discharge. It showed day 1 didn't have a connection.
Okay, so is that the reason why there may not have been what we saw in the graph? Or didn't see in the graph, rather, the activity that you would expect to see?
Yes, I would expect to see the charge gradually rise up and hit 63 and then do a straight line across. That's because of a poor connection.
Okay.
That it was varying so much.
And that's simply because the second wire, even though it looks to be in the victim's back, for some reason there was some sort of malfunction? Or
No, there's no malfunction.
can you describe why any reason there could be to the connectivity of that second probe?
From the probe in the subject's back, all the way back to the weapon, there had to have been a break in the wire.
Okay.
But that's the only thing I can think of why the connection would be poor, is possibly a break in the wire. These are very thin wires with thin insulation, so if you step on a wire, you can break it. So it's possible there was a broken connection somewhere along the path from the weapon to the probe, but we don't know where. All I know is it was a broken connection.
Okay, and that is why we don't see as much activity in the pulse graphs, is because of that broken connection. And I can pull the pulse graphs back up.
Yeah, I wouldn't say lack of activity, it's the lack of the charge regulating to a solid 63.
Okay, understood. We have just a moment? I have no further questions of this witness at this time.
You may proceed, Mr. Rower.
Here, I'm going to ask Mr. Clerk to get something pre-marked.
You may.
Mr. Childs, just to start off, it's completely clear that the first taser discharge was definitely Deputy Kafinas, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There's no doubt about that.
Correct.
Now, we talked earlier a little bit about what arcing is, right?
Yes.
You had said essentially there's 2 electrodes, positive and negative electricity run through each, they ionize the air and they create a spark, correct?
Correct.
And that's not technology that's unique to tasers, right?
No, it happens in nature as well.
Yeah, and we have it in all sorts of everyday household appliances, right?
Sparks are...
Well, let me ask you this. What about, you ever grilled before?
Yes.
Gasoline, propane grill?
Yes.
Yeah, they have push starters on them, right?
Correct.
Is that another example of 2 electrodes arcing to create a spark?
Yes.
Okay. What about, you've driven vehicles before, right?
Yep.
And I'm not saying you're a mechanic, but you generally understand there's spark plugs in vehicles, right?
Yes.
Would that be another example of a device using 2 electrodes to create a spark?
Yes.
Thank you. And generally speaking, if you know, pretty much all modern vehicles have spark plugs.
As far as I know, I'm not sure about the new electric vehicles.
Let me ask you this, have you ever personally seen someone out there hand cranking their car like they used to do in the old days?
Not recently.
So it's pretty safe to say that any internal combustion engine uses spark plugs,
Correct.
including motorcycles.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Childs, you would agree that a taser energy weapon is a complex device, right?
Yes.
It has a microprocessor,
Yes.
and record logs,
Yeah.
and it's performing electrical activity.
Correct.
Now, as part of your analysis in this case, you stated you actually took physical possession of the taser, and it's in fact right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
When you take a look at that taser, you don't see any melting on it, right?
No, I don't.
Now that taser, the outside casing, is it made out of plastic?
Yes, plastic and rubber.
Plastic and rubber. And this isn't some sort of magic plastic and rubber that can't be burned by fire, right?
Correct.
It can be burned by fire and melted.
It could, yes.
And in fact, if I were to pour a puddle of gasoline, drop the taser in there and light it on fire, you would expect that it would be severely damaged, correct?
I would expect that, yes.
Right. So when we look at this taser and the condition it's in, logically, we can then assume that taser was not in the fire that we saw in the videos, right?
Not in the fire or not in the fire for long enough to burn it.
Now I want to talk to you a little bit about trigger tests. We already discussed those a little bit, right?
Yes.
Right. And when Axon is doing trigger tests and they're testing for, the quality of their products, I think you called it verification, right? That's the term you use?
Validation.
Validation, I apologize. When you're doing that for validation, you are used to seeing them between 2.3 and 2.5 pounds of force, correct?
I wouldn't say between those numbers. It's what we've seen is 2.2 to 2.6, I believe.
Do you remember giving a deposition back on September 17th, 2024?
I do.
And I was there with you, correct?
Yes.
And prior to that deposition, you took an oath to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
Do you remember being asked a question about what the range is for trigger pull tests that Axon sees on their tasers?
Yes.
Do you remember answering around what we're measuring about?
Objection. I don't know what line we are at.
Counsel, could you give her the page and line of?
I apologize. Now drawing your attention for what's been pre-marked for identification as defenses 4. I'm looking at page 20, looking at lines 17 to 19. And do you remember being asked about the range of force that you see for the trigger pull tests at Axon for your tasers?
I do. I also remember in that deposition stating that I wasn't sure of the exact numbers and I didn't have them in front of me, so I had to use my best guess.
Okay. Do you remember stating we're measuring about 2.3 to 2.5 pounds?
Correct, but preceding that, I had said I don't recall the exact numbers, and I'm doing my best to state them.
And in this case, you've already testified that the trigger force test for that particular taser right there was at 2.2, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that puts that at the extreme low end of what you see in Axon tasers, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And just to take that one step further, just for the jury's sake, that means it takes less force to pull the trigger and activate the trigger on that particular taser than what you are used to seeing in most other tasers.
Then the average one, yes.
Thank you. Now, we also discussed some validation testing earlier, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're not aware of any validation testing that Axon has done specifically testing how exposure to gasoline can affect the operation of a taser, are you?
That's correct.
And you're not aware of any testing that Axon's done regarding how noxious fumes from gasoline can affect a Taser 7's functionality, right?
Correct, I'm not aware of it.
Now, you stated before that gasoline doesn't conduct electricity, right?
As far as I know, gasoline is not conductive.
Wouldn't it be safer to say gasoline is not highly conductive, but it does in fact conduct electricity? Would that be more accurate?
From what I've read, which was brief, gasoline is not conductive, which means it does not conduct electricity.
All right, so let's break that down. You said it was brief. So you're not an expert in the conductivity of gasoline, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, let me ask you this. When you go to a gas pump to get gas, generally, there's ethanol in gas these days, right?
I believe so.
and ethanol is conductive to electricity, isn't it?
I don't know.
You don't know that?
No.
Okay. Now, as part of your analysis in this case, you never actually opened up the taser, that taser, to physically look inside the circuit board or circuitry, did you?
No.
So your entire analysis is completed by the visual inspection of the outside, the inspection of the data, and the trigger pull test.
Its functionality, that it's doing what we triggered for it to do, yes.
And as part of your duties at Axon, you help review the training program and the training deck, right?
Yeah, not tactically, but more on the forensic side.
But you do, you help review that, correct?
Yes.
So you're familiar with it,
Yes,
generally speaking?
generally.
Okay. And I believe you already testified before that Axon sends out training materials to trainer instructors and then bring back to their agencies, right?
Yes.
And you testified earlier that part of those materials include instructor and user warnings, risks, and release agreements.
Yes.
And those are sent out to pretty much any agency that's going to be using your product, right?
I'm not sure if it's sent out or if it's purely digital. I know back in the day we did print it and it was included in the package of each one.
Let me ask this. Was it provided in some manner?
In some manner, we do provide the warnings.
Thank you.
Yes.
And those provide all sorts of warnings that the users need to take into account and be aware of?
Yes.
And some of those warnings include things such as, well, first of all, John, let me ask you this. What is a CEW? Can you explain that to the jury?
CEW is a acronym for conductive energy weapon.
Is a Taser 7 a CEW?
Yes, it used to be called CEW, now it's called energy weapon.
So that right there, the Taser 7 that's in front of you that we've been seeing on the screen and talking about all day, that's a CEW, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so going back to the warnings that are sent out to everyone, the warnings include that unintentional CEW activation or unexpected cartridge discharge could result in death or serious injury to the user, subject, or others. Correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but yes, it sounds about right.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you were able to take a look at it?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, that is the law enforcement line.
And specifically, drawing your attention down to the last paragraph on the second page. If you want to go ahead and read that over, let me know once you're ready to flash. I'll read that paragraph.
Okay, yes.
And so now that you've looked at the instructor and user warnings, risk, and release agreement, is your memory refreshed as to some of the warnings that are included in there?
Yes.
All right. And so does it include the warning that unintentional CEW activation or unexpected discharge could result in death and serious injury to the user, subject, or others?
Yes, specifically that one's talking about unintended discharge due to static electricity, which does not apply to the Taser 7. So these are general warnings for energy weapons in general. So the previous iterations of the cartridge could be set off by static electricity. So that's where that warning was based.
Okay. Now, right now, what is the current model of Taser that you are developing? Because you said you put one out on the market at a time, right?
Yeah, well, current under development, I don't know the name of it.
Well, let me ask you this. What's the one that's currently being sold to law enforcement?
Currently shipping, we have the X26P, the Taser 7, and the Taser 10. Taser 10 is the latest release.
Now, back in February of 2022, was the Taser 7 the flagship product that you guys were selling?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know when specifically this instructor and user agreement was sent out, or when it was created?
No, I don't.
If this was still being used in January of 2022, then it would still be relevant in January 2022, correct?
Well, that warning specifically is relevant to the static sensitive cartridges. And so they include it in the general warnings, but it doesn't apply to the Taser 7 itself.
Okay, so this specific taser is completely immune from the effects of static electricity.
Correct.
All right, how did you guys, how did you pull that off?
The cartridges, so the previous iterations, the cartridge was set off by the high voltage pulse.
Right.
This is set off by a low voltage high current signal from the Taser 7.
Okay, it's still set off,
You can-
sorry.
You can put static electricity all over the cartridge and they won't fire.
Okay, it's still set off by electricity, right?
Yeah, it's a low voltage high current. So
Okay.
it has to be it's a higher driven signal with a lot of current behind it. The previous was high voltage, low current.
Okay, so if this warning were to say static electricity can cause the CEW to discharge unexpectedly, your testimony is, oh, that doesn't apply to this taser, just other tasers.
Yes, other models of Taser, correct.
Okay. And you're also aware that Axon training materials sent to law enforcement agencies include a warning that tasers exposed to significant moisture may experience unintentional discharges, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's definitely a real risk?
Yes.
Are you personally made aware of every single defect discovered in every taser it's brought to Axon?
No.
So you would agree there could be example of Taser 7s unintentionally discharged based on exposure to moisture, correct?
There could be, and I don't know about it. Yes, that's possible.
Now, as part of your analysis of the taser in this case, you became aware of an anomaly with the trigger switch of this particular taser, didn't you?
Yes.
And that anomaly was that after the first cartridge was deployed, after the first trigger pull, the weapon recorded another trigger pull occurrence which never actually happened, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you already stated the Osceola County Sheriff's Office actually contacted you at Axon because they wanted to figure out why that was happening.
Correct. It was not a normal situation, so we needed to answer why.
And you would say this anomaly was unusual for you to hear about and have to investigate?
Yes, because I did not know the answer. Usually I do, so I had to investigate it.
And you would agree that this anomaly was related to a bug in the firmware that was it was related to a bug in the firmware on what was displayed versus what should not have been displayed, correct?
Not necessarily. Not a bug in the firmware. And it's not really a bug. It's just a electrical anomaly. I mentioned before the firmware did what it's supposed to do and it filtered that out. But what is not ideal, what I called a bug in my deposition was the fact that we show trigger on the log. Ideally, we wouldn't show that. We filtered it out of operation, so we should filter it out of the logs.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a very specific question. Do you believe it was a bug in the software on what is displayed versus that part of the trigger should not have been displayed essentially?
Being displayed to the user, correct, yes.
All right. So in your deposition, when you were questioned about this very issue, you used the word it was a bug, correct?
I did. I went back after my deposition and I wanted to find out more about this bug so that I could answer these questions. They explained to me it's not a bug, it's more of an unhandled exception. It's a situation in the firmware doesn't handle it, and so it displays, because trigger pull is detected, it displays it. Ideally, I would like them to filter that out, but it's not really a bug.
So let me ask you a few questions about that. Axon, relatively big company,
Yes,
and they do billions of dollars in revenue every year.
I'm not sure. I don't really track the financials.
How long have you worked for that company?
Coming up on 20 years.
Okay. So you don't know exactly how much revenue they do, but you'd agree this is a very large, major company, correct?
Yes,
And they do business selling tasers and other equipment to law enforcement agencies all over the country.
yeah,
And you would agree that they are the #1 manufacturer of CEWs in all the United States.
yes,
And the Taser 7, back in 2022, and somewhat even today, is a flagship product of that company, correct?
correct.
And Axon's business, their business model, relies on law enforcement agencies and the public at large believing that their products, the Taser 7s, are reliable, correct?
Yeah,
And that the data can be trusted and that it's accurate, correct?
correct.
So, back on September 17th, 2024, you did a deposition with me and you swore an oath to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
And you had stated there was a bug in the firmware or the software, whatever you want to call it, with this Taser at that time, correct?
That was my belief at the time. I thought it was a bug in the software.
And just to be clear, you were, what was your title again, senior?
Senior manager of Axon Forensics.
Okay. So then, as a senior manager, your testimony is you didn't know the answer. So you go back and you talk to other people at this very large company, right?
Yeah, I spoke to the engineers who write the code.
Okay. So after the deposition, you talk to other people at the company, and now you're here today giving different testimony, correct? Now you're saying it wasn't a bug.
I'm trying to clarify. So I said I believed it was a bug. It's more of an anomaly, unhandled exception rather than a actual bug in the software. A bug indicates there's something not working properly and we intend to fix it. This was just a situation that's not handled in the firmware. It's not operating wrong, it's just not handled.
Let me ask you this. Are you a programmer or coder yourself?
Very, very novice.
Okay. So you don't have any hand in programming either the software, the firmware, anything related to this Tasers, right?
That's correct.
Have you ever even seen the source code to either the Taser or the computer systems you upload it to?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Have you read all of it?
No.
And that source code is what actually runs, I guess, what we could call the programs on the Taser and the programs for the software you upload it to, correct?
Yeah, they're separate. So yeah, one set would run the firmware on the weapon, and then one set would run the software that you upload to.
Okay. So when you're testifying today, that, well, I know I said it was a bug before, but now I'm saying it's totally normal because somebody told me it was. You don't actually have any firsthand knowledge from your view of the source code that tells you exactly how it filters out any of these anomalies or bugs or unhandled exceptions, whatever you want to call it.
What I'm doing is correcting what I testified before based on information that I learned from one of the engineers who actually writes the code.
Right, but that wasn't my question. My question was, you don't have any personal knowledge about how that source code works to filter those out, do you?
No, I have to trust the engineers that I talk to.
Right, now the people you talked for, they're on the same payroll at Axon that you are?
Yes.
And you get paid by Axon.
Yes.
So I know before you stated that to the state, you're here completely neutral, just to give neutral testimony, right?
Yes.
Earlier, you just testified it would be very bad for your company if word got out that there were bugs and anomalies.
Objection, misstatement of the testimony, the previous testimony.
Sustained.
All right. So you testified before that it would be that the entire business model relies upon people trusting the reliability of the Taser, correct? It's a yes or no question, sir.
Overall, yes.
Okay, thank you. So, moving on. Your company that pays your paychecks would be harmed if people found out that the Tasers weren't perfectly reliable, wouldn't it?
No.
No, but their business model depends on it, sir. You testified to that, correct?
Apple's business model, relies on the iPhone being reliable, but there's bugs, it doesn't mean Apple's going out of business if there's a small bug that doesn't affect the operation of it.
That's a very good point. Now, when an Apple iPhone, when it malfunctions, do people get hurt? Are Apple iPhones weapons?
No, they're not weapons.
So would you agree that you're comparing apples and oranges, correct? When you're trying to compare that CEW to a cell phone? Yes or no question, sir?
It's an electronic device,
Mhm.
so there are similarities there. So yes, one's used as a weapon and one is used as a computer slash cell phone slash camera or whatnot. But I understand what you're saying with a weapon.
Judge, I can object to non-responsive at this point. Is it yes or no question?
Sustained.
All right, sir, are Apple iPhones weapons?
No.
Yes or no? Is that Taser 7 a weapon?
Yes.
Do they present very different risks and dangers?
Yes.
Thank you. So, getting back to the question, you testified before that the business model for Axon depends upon the reliability of your product. Yes or no?
Yes, in this sort of.
Thank you. All right. Now, you previously testified under oath at a deposition that there were bugs and anomalies with that specific Taser. Yes or no?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes or no, sir?
No.
You did not testify to that.
No. Not to the weapon. I said the software, which is in the cloud, that's evidence.com. The weapon, there's no malfunction whatsoever.
Okay. That particular Taser reported a trigger pull that never happened, correct? Yes or no?
Correct, yes.
And you've never seen that on any other Taser you've ever looked at? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
I mean.
So this particular
that's
objection,
correct.
there's another question on the table.
Yes, so you have to wait until the other person has finished talking to answer the question. Thank you.
So this particular Taser, not talking about any others, that Taser right there in front of you, that sometimes reports events that didn't actually happen. Yes or no?
It did.
Thank you. So that particular, what's wrong? And during all your testing of that particular Taser, you were never able to recreate the anomaly, were you?
That's correct.
And based on all your training experience, you don't see that anomaly in the field, do you?
Yes, we do.
You don't typically see the anomaly in the field, do you?
The firmware was designed to filter.
Sir,
out-
it's a yes or no question. I got object and non-responsive.
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you this. Based on your training and experience, you don't typically see this anomaly in the field, right? It's just a yes or no, sir.
What do you mean by you? Me? Or the standard user?
Sir, you remember giving a deposition, correct? We've already established that?
Please.
Do you remember, and I'm drawing your attention for everyone else, to his deposition transcript, which has been pre-marked as defense 4, page 31, lines 24 and 25. Question: is that something that should be easy to recreate if you were to test for it? Turning the page, page 32, starting at line 1.
Objection
Answer.
to proper impeachment. Could the lawyers approach, please?
So back to page 32, starting at line 1, answer, your answer. Sorry, you know what, let me go back, Judge, just to make sure it's a little more clear. Going back to page 31, lines 24, is it something that should be easy to recreate if you were to test for it? Page 32, starting at line 1, answer, I don't believe so. We don't see this typically in the field. So I do think it's a very rare event. And of all the cases and all the Taser 7s you've ever worked on, this is the only case where you've ever heard of this particular anomaly happening, isn't it?
The fact that the trigger is recorded, yes. The switch counts, no. So it's not just a yes or no.
I understand. The fact that the anomaly of a trigger pull being recorded that never happened, you've never seen that before except for this case with that Taser, correct?
The problem is, it's not with the Taser. That's evidence.com software site where that anomaly is. It doesn't have to do with the Taser. It's how the software reads it and displays it to the user. So that's what I'm trying to clarify here.
Right. But you've never seen that issue with any other Taser but that Taser, correct?
No, not on, well, not from evidence.com.
Thank you. No. All right. Thank you. During your time working for Axon, you've heard about other cases where an officer has accidentally deployed a Taser without intentionally squeezing the trigger, right?
Yes.
And you have specifically received reports where during a struggle or trying to control someone, an officer accidentally pulled a trigger, causing an accidental discharge, correct?
Okay.
And there is nothing that you can see in the data from a Taser 7 download that can tell you whether a trigger was pulled intentionally or accidentally by the user, is there?
That's correct.
You would agree that as part of the Taser training that Axon develops, there are sections instructing officers about the importance of maintaining control over their Taser in situations where they're fighting hands-on with suspects, right?
Yes.
Now, the Taser 7, that one or all Taser 7s, they have two different colored lasers on them, right?
Correct.
And those are used to aim it,
Correct.
and wherever the lasers point, generally speaking, that's where the weapon's pointed at.
Yeah, generally speaking, yes.
And when you pull the trigger, that's where the projectiles are going to shoot at, correct?
Yes.
And is the green laser on top or on bottom?
Top.
And so the red laser's on bottom, correct?
Correct.
All right. So just as a demonstrative, we see here, would you agree that is I'm going to put up there so everyone can say green laser,
Yes.
red laser.
Yes.
So the green laser's on top, you said?
Correct.
All right. So if I'm standing here and there's somebody I want to shoot a Taser at right down there, and I'm pointing it over here, I'm not going to hit that person, all right?
If you pull the trigger right at that point? No.
Correct. In fact, if I want to hit someone down there, that's where the laser should be, correct?
Correct. At the time of the trigger pull, definitely.
Thank you. Now, I want to get back to some of these videos. We're going to go through them kind of step by step up the state grid. I'll just need a moment to get all set up. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't ask to approach. Is this all right?
Crawford, are you getting ready to play that?
In a moment, Judge, I'm gonna pull
Or
it.
you want us to take a moment? Or you want us to wait?
Just one moment, Judge. I'm just trying to get everything set up. Now, we established before you've watched body camera videos for Deputy Crawford, correct?
Correct.
And Deputy McLean
Correct.
and Deputy Kufina, that's what you said, right?
Correct.
Right. So I'm now showing you Deputy Crawford's body camera video, which has already been into evidence. And I have a document up on the left. Do you recognize that document as well?
Yes.
You recognize that to be the download of the Taser data, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna go ahead, and yeah, Judge, could we go ahead and dim the lights now? Thank you. I believe you still have your laser pointer, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. In this video, showing a timestamp of 17:53:52, are you able to see the location of the taser? And can you point out for the jury?
I believe that's it right there in the corner.
Hold on. Technical difficulties. Let me try this another way. Judge, we can turn the lights back on. It just doesn't want to work for me right now. looking up at this document here. Now, you had already testified before, I believe you said that according to this document, looking at the second event, the safety, or actually looking at the bottom of the first event, the safety was actually turned at 17:53:51, the safety was turned on, correct?
Correct.
Now, your testimony was that this is about 2 seconds behind the videos, correct?
Correct.
So the safety being turned on the video should be about 17:53:53 then, correct?
53 to 54.
Because that's .918. So rounding up, we'll look at 54, correct?
Right.
Judge, I'm going to do the video. I'm just doing one at a time, so doesn't want to let me do them side by side for some reason. And then going back to the document, I believe you stated at 17:53:55, the safety was then turned off, correct?
Correct.
And then at the very bottom, at the end of the event, 17:53:58, according to this document, the safety's turned back on.
Correct.
So somebody actually flipped that safety on that taser, according to the data.
Yeah, flipped it down to the safety off.
And so, I'm sorry.
Yeah, disarmed.
And so on the video, that would correspond to 17:54.5, correct?
I might add that and a half because it's approximately 2 seconds, so yeah.
Gotcha. All right, so about 17:54. You would agree that that is 17:54?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go back just a little bit, and we're going to hit play. You were able to observe that at that time, the fire is erupted, correct?
Correct.
And Deputy Crawford's engulfed in flames at that point, correct?
Correct. In that part of the footage, yes.
Thank you. So we established 17:53:51 on here, safety's turned on, should be, and it's almost 52, so we should be looking for 17:53, about 54, to see what was going on and the taser was, had the safety turned on to make it safe, correct?
Right. And I will say it's between 2 and 3 seconds, depending on which video we're looking at.
17:53. Okay. Now, at this point, are you able to see where the taser is at exactly 17:53:54?
I do not see it on this frame.
if I hit play, are you able to see it now?
I believe that's potentially,
Yeah. And I can hit play again.
yes,
So you were right before that was it, correct?
correct.
So according to the video evidence, matching up with the clock difference with the report, it would have been Deputy Crawford who turned the safety on as he grabbed the taser then, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Now I'm going to play this a little more for you. One second. All right, we're going to go frame by frame a little bit here and just see how all this matches up. So at this point, in Deputy Crawford's video, 17:53:55, it's in his hand, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as we go, he appears to be lifting it up, right?
Correct.
And if we keep going, we can see he's actually starting to lift it straight forward. Do you agree?
Yeah, he's lifting it up.
Okay. Now at this point, he has it pointed straight ahead, correct?
I wouldn't say straight ahead, it's angled.
Angled a little bit, but it's not pointed down, right?
Correct.
All right, it's not pointing down toward the ground.
Correct.
It's not pointing down toward where the suspect is, correct?
Yeah, overall, I would say it's pointed at Deputy Crawford's back.
As we go a little further, still not pointed down at the suspect.
Correct.
Change his hands, still not pointing down at the suspect.
That's correct.
A few more frames. And at this point, it looks like he's changing it to his left hand, correct?
Correct.
More frames. And at this point, it looks like it's even angled up, correct?
Correct.
It's not even straight forward. I mean, it's angled away from the ground,
It's up. Correct.
towards the sky a little bit. In fact, we can see the sky there, can't we?
Yes,
So definitely not pointing at the suspect, right?
that's correct.
At this point, I believe you said you can see that it's, there's the lasers, right?
Yes, right there, the green on top and red on bottom.
Still not pointing at the suspect.
Correct.
A few more frames, still not pointing at the suspect.
No.
A few more, still not pointing at the suspect.
No.
And I believe that's probably the last frame we're going to get. It's a little hard to tell, but you don't see it pointed down at the suspect, best you can tell, can you?
Correct.
Okay. And then we keep going. Now the taser is out of view, right?
That's correct.
Now when we keep going, do you see some sort of an object to the left of Deputy Crawford? Do you see a vehicle?
Oh, yes.
All right, so you see a car there.
Yes.
All right, we keep going frame by frame. We can see how the entire camera is leaning toward the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I believe shows about half the vehicle, half Deputy Crawford's back.
So at this point, when we started before, Deputy Crawford is in front of us, but now the camera shifted to the left, correct?
Correct.
And based on that, you can surmise that Deputy Crawford's body has shifted to the left, correct?
Yeah, I believe he's wearing on his chest, so that would his upper body was turned to the left.
So he's turning to the left toward the car,
Yes.
and the taser's in his left hand.
I assume the last time
Or
I
it
saw
was, the last time you saw it was in his left hand.
Right.
Go a little more. And at this point, he's still leaned toward the left toward the car, correct?
Yes.
Now, at this time, are you able to tell what's going on? We can still see the car visible to the left, correct?
Yes.
Going a few more frames, we still see the car to the left.
Yeah, you can see the hubcap.
And in this frame, in the last view as well, we may have also noticed before it was looking up, you can see the sky, right?
Correct.
And now it almost, based on this, almost looked like it's the left and down a little bit, right?
A little bit. I mean, you see the oversaturation is from the sun, so you can see the sky, just not
Yeah,
really.
just a little bit, but it does look like he shifted to the left and down a little bit, correct?
Correct.
Going forward a few more. Car still visible on the left.
Yes.
He's still facing, leaning over to the left.
Leftward, yeah. I mean, he still has cofiness. Most of his view is cofiness,
Right.
but part of it is the front wheel of the car.
Because before, Cofinus was dead center of the view, right?
Right.
And so now he's moved over to the left and down a little bit, correct? And at this frame, are we able to see the fire igniting?
Yes, you can see the illumination from the flames.
So based on what you could observe of the taser and the view of the camera, you never saw Deputy Crawford point the taser down at the suspect, did you?
No.
Now, going back to the safety, I believe we stated on here 1753, 58, so we should be looking for 1754 on video to see when the safety was turned back on, correct?
Correct.
Is that 1754?
It's the first frame of 1754, yes.
Right. Now, at this point, you've seen this video on slow speed, normal speed, correct? At this point, the fire is ignited, right?
Correct.
You're on fire. I'm going to hit play. You can clearly see that he was on fire at that point, right?
Correct.
All right. So according to this taser data, the safety was put back on at the same time that Deputy Crawford was engulfed in flames.
Correct.
Thank you. So much grab my list. I'm now going to show you what's been entered into evidence as states 6, the body camera video from Deputy McClain. And you already testified that you've observed this, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I think we've already seen bits of it here today, right?
Yes.
So I'm going back up a little bit. We are now at 1753, 58. So you would agree that this is just 2 seconds before when the safety should be turned on, according to the taser data, correct?
Approximately. Yes.
I'm going to slow it down a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and hit play so you can kind of watch it through a little bit. So, 1754, somehow I got to stop exactly on there. From Deputy McClain's video, it makes it pretty clear at this point that the fires completely engulfed Deputy Crawford, correct?
Yes.
And you've watched this video several times. At any point in Deputy McLean's video, does it ever show Deputy Crawford pointing the taser down at the suspect?
No.
I'm not going to show you what's been entered into evidence of State 7, body worn camera from Deputy Phoenix. I'm going to ask you a few questions about this one. Now, can you please use the laser pointer and point up at the timestamp and tell us what it is for the jury, in case you can't see it?
17:53:43.
Okay. And in this particular still shot, we can clearly see the taser, correct?
Yes.
And it appears to be in Deputy Phoenix's hand, correct?
Correct.
Back up just a little. Once again, I want to draw your attention to what's going on at 1753 or 1754. So once again, from that view, from Deputy Phoenix's body camera, once again, does that make it clear that Deputy Crawford was on fire at the time safety was placed on?
Yes.
And you've watched the entirety of Deputy Phoenix's video.
Correct. Yes.
And at no time does Deputy Phoenix's body camera video show Deputy Crawford pointing the taser down the suspect either, does it?
Correct.
Thank you, Judge. We can handle this. Right. Now, before we had looked at different types of graphs and pulse graphs, things of the sort, correct?
Yes.
And there were two of them, one for the first discharge and one for the second.
Correct.
I believe you said that the pulse graph for the second discharge showed that there wasn't a good connection on the second discharge. Is that correct?
There wasn't a connection on path 1. Path 2 appeared to have a connection for a period of time and then it broke.
Okay, thank you. Based on the frame-by-frame analysis we just did, Deputy Crawford kept the taser pointed away from the suspect at all times it was on video, correct?
Once we can see it, correct.
And you agree that at that time, Deputy Crawford was on top of the suspect's legs?
It appears so, yes.
All right, so the suspect was lying on the ground, would be underneath him then?
Yes.
So if he wanted to point his taser at the suspect, he'd point it down, correct?
Correct.
An Axon, we've already established, develops training materials for the Taser 7.
Yes.
And those materials instruct law enforcement that you point the taser at your intended target when you pull the trigger, right?
Correct.
Now, generally speaking, you would agree that if you're pointing a taser 90 degrees away from your target, there's almost no chance you're going to hit that target, correct?
Correct.
And just demonstrate 9 degrees. My target is the ground right here. And it's pointed over there. That would be a 90-degree difference, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what about if I point it up this way? Am I going to hit what's down there?
No.
Okay. What about if I point it that way?
No.
What about that way?
No.
It would have to be pointed straight down, correct?
Correct.
Now, tasers, they're fairly, let me ask you this. The function of a taser, you point at your target, you pull the trigger, it discharges the prongs, correct? That's basically how it works.
Yes, arm first, but yes.
Now, the closer you are to your target, just logically, the easier it's going to be to hit your target, right?
Logically, yes.
Thank you. Now, based upon your analysis, including watching the videos and looking at the taser data, you would agree that the video evidence, in conjunction with the data, is consistent with the trigger being pulled just after it goes off camera to the left in my client's left hand, correct?
That's correct.
And there was a car there, correct? To his left.
To his left, yes.
And the video clearly showed he was leaning in that direction at the same time, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, based on your review of all the body camera videos, you'd agree the deputies were in a fast-paced situation, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
In fact, the entire incident between when my client first made physical contact with the suspect and the fire erupting was about, would you say about 15 seconds?
If that, yes.
If that, thank you. And you'd agree that there appeared to be active resistance and fighting on the part of the suspect throughout that whole time, correct?
Correct.
And you'd also agree there was a lot of yelling going on, right?
Yes.
And a lot of movement and bustling about between all the different parties involved?
Yes.
And taking into account all of those circumstances and the fact that there is a 2.2 or maybe 2.3 force-pound trigger pull, it is entirely possible the trigger could have been pulled accidentally, correct?
That's possible, yes.
And you'd also agree that based on taser data alone, there's no way to determine whether a user intentionally or unintentionally pulled a taser trigger, right?
That's correct.
You would also agree that the video evidence is completely useless in helping to determine whether a taser was discharged intentionally or not in this case, correct?
Correct. I didn't see any footage where you can see the taser at that point in time.
And you would also agree that you're unable to make any conclusions in this case that the taser was discharged intentionally, correct?
That's correct.
And you also cannot say whether somebody ever activated, well, which one? I believe you stated before that if you discharge the taser and the prongs don't get a good connection, they don't connect, that the taser defaults to arcing instead. Is that accurate?
So I wouldn't say defaults to, it's just the physics of it, but yes. If you don't have a connection at the probes, it will arc in front of the cartridge.
Now, you have heard tasers discharging and arcing many, many times in your career, right?
Yes.
You would say it's probably, would it be fair to say it's everyday occurrence in your job, almost?
Essentially, yeah.
All right. When a taser arcs versus when it makes a clean connection, is there a difference in the sound?
There is.
And the arcing is much louder and more of that sound we hear on the video, the pop, 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 pop in rapid succession, correct?
Correct.
So that would indicate to you that there wasn't a clean connection of the darts in that video, right?
Correct. And even the pulse graphs agree with that.
Now, I want to ask you a little bit about clock drift. I'm not going to make you go through all of it. I think you explained it well enough. You had tested.
Barbara, I'm sorry to stop you. It looks like you're going to move on to a new point, new topic. Okay. So I think at this time, we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon recess. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll resume court at 3:30.
Jurors exiting.
proceed? Yes, Your Honor. Defense?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, we can go ahead and bring the jury in. Thank you.
Jury is entering.
Mr. Murphy, you may proceed.
So, Mr. Childs, based on all of the evidence you've reviewed in this case, everything comprehensively, you have not seen any evidence that my client intentionally discharged a taser, did you?
That's correct.
No further questions.
About the video, but the bottom line is we looked at the video, we looked at the data, and it is clear that Deputy Crawford turned his safety off.
Objection leading.
Did Deputy Crawford turn his safety off based upon what you reviewed?
The weapon was in his hand when the safety was placed on. I can't see his thumb actually make that move, but it was in his hand, so it appears that he armed the weapon, yes.
Okay. And after it is in his hand and after we see in the data that the safety is turned off, which when the safety is turned off per the data, it is in his hand, what is the next event that happens in the data logs?
The next event in the data logs is the trigger pull.
Okay. But again, in the video, we see Deputy Crawford switch the taser from the right hand to the left.
Correct.
And at some point, that taser goes off screen, correct?
Correct.
And when the trigger is pulled and when that activity is logged per the data, we cannot see where the taser is in any video. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. So when you were asked by the defense, is it pointed at the victim? Well, did you reach that conclusion because you can't see it in the video?
Correct. There's no frames that show where it was pointed when the trigger was pulled.
Okay, so we cannot see where it is pointed at all. Not that it's not pointed at the victim, but we simply can't see where it's pointed, period.
Correct.
Okay. So is it possible that it is pointed at the victim?
It's possible.
Okay, is it possible that it's pointed down at the victim's leg since Deputy Crawford is now straddling the victim?
That's possible as well.
Okay, so we just don't know because it is not on screen.
Exactly.
Now, the activity data that you're able to download and analyze from a taser, how would that be important in cases where there's no body camera video at all?
It's very important to show the activity of the taser, but without body-worn video, it's difficult to fill in those gaps of where was it pointed, where were the lasers, at what point during the action was it armed, who armed it. So stuff like that, body-worn video will fill in the gaps when it can be seen.
Okay, but would the data still be important if there was no video for you to be able to analyze and look at? Or anyone to be able to analyze and look at that data?
Yes, I mean, we need to know if, when it's armed, the trigger's pulled, and that, the pulse activity, it's important to know, was there a connection or not, was it arcing in front or not? All of that's important information.
Thank you. Now, again, the safety is turned off while Deputy Crawford is holding the Taser 7, correct?
Correct.
And do you hear a yell in conjunction with that says you're going to get tased again, dude? Did you hear that upon your review of the body camera video?
Yes, I
Okay, does that happen around the same time or the same time that the safety is turned off?
I believe it's between the safety being turned off and when the trigger was pulled.
Okay. And when the taser is in Deputy Crawford's hand?
Yes,
And then the trigger is pulled, that's shown in the activity log, correct?
correct,
We just can't see where the taser is on the video, is that fair to say?
correct,
But we know from the data log that the trigger was pulled.
yes.
And after the trigger is pulled, what is the last reflected activity in that log?
That, what was it, 1.6 seconds later, the safety was placed down and safety was turned back on.
Okay, so that, the video does clearly show that Deputy Crawford is holding the taser at the end of that video, or those videos, fair?
At the end of
The video that the defense showed you.
Judge, I'm going to object to leading.
Sustain.
Was Deputy Crawford holding the taser when the safety was turned off?
Oh, when the safety was turned off?
Yes. Okay. And when the yell came out that you're going to get tased again, dude, he's still holding it?
Yes,
And again, when the safety goes off, excuse me, safety is turned on,
correct.
still in Deputy Crawford's hand.
Well, when the safety's turned on after that, I can't, all there is fire, can't see the taser, so I don't know. Yeah, you can't see the taser at that point.
I have no further questions.
And Judge briefly. Mr. Childs, you just testified that it could be possible that my client could have pointed a taser at the suspect, correct?
Correct.
But there's no evidence of that, right?
Yeah, we can't see it.
Would you say you are relying heavily on the data to determine that the safety was turned off while the taser is in my client's hands?
I am relying on data and the video footage.
Correct. And you're also relying on that data to make your determination that you just said that you believe that the trigger was pulled that second time, correct?
Yes,
Right, and now that wasn't on the video, right? So you're relying exclusively on the data for that, right?
that's correct.
And that is the same data that showed a separate trigger pull that never happened, correct?
It showed switch mouse, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Childs. Let me step down. Is Mr. Childs released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
At this time, the state rests.
So, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'm going to have you go back to the jury room. I've got some things to discuss with the lawyers. I know we just took a break. But I will have them take you back there and bring you back in just as soon as we can.
Who's exiting?
Did the defense have a motion at this time?
Yes, Judge. Judge, at this time, the defense would like to make a motion for a judgment of acquittal. I mean, Judge, I have some case law. Your Honor, may I approach this case law?
Thank you.
Judge, I would like to argue that even in the light most favorable to the state has proven to put on a prima facie case that my client is guilty of culpable negligence. No reasonable juror, looking at all the evidence we've heard here today, can conclude that my client took any conscious, intentional act to start that fire. To the contrary, every single witness was asked about it. Every eyewitness was asked, did you see Deputy Crawford intentionally deploy a taser? Not one of them said yes. Not one. And then there were expert witnesses, and they all got the opportunity to discuss that. Did you see any evidence at all? I made that pretty clear. It's my last question. Anything, anywhere in the record that could support any contention that my client intentionally discharged a taser? Nope, didn't see that. Kemeny, Detective Kemeny, the arson investigator was asked about, is there anything about your investigation that could lead you to conclude that my client intentionally discharged a taser? No, there was not. We've heard from every single witness. They've all been asked, and uniformly, they are all in agreement. There is nothing any of them has seen that would lead them to believe my client intentionally discharged that taser, therefore creating the fire. We've also seen video evidence, Judge. There is not one frame on any of these videos that shows my client intentionally discharging a taser. To the contrary, Judge, what we see is that when my client picks up the taser because Deputy Kofinas had left it on the ground next to a resisting suspect with the safety off, my client picks it up and he puts the safety on. He transfers it to his left hand as we see, and then he goes off to the left, leaning to the left with it as it goes off camera toward the car because he was getting rid of it, Judge. He was throwing it away. There's no evidence at all they intentionally discharged it. The evidence is much stronger for our case, Judge. In fact, there's no evidence that supports the state's case at all. They have not put on one shred of evidence that my client did anything intentional to start that fire, that he even acted recklessly, Judge. He had to do something about the taser. We heard from Deputy McLean that is in their training, that they are trained that if there is a weapon that is within reach of a resisting suspect, you are trained to get it out of their reach. That's exactly what my client did, Judge. Nothing more, nothing less. I understand there's a fire. I understand that's tragic. I understand someone got hurt, Judge. That's fine, but that doesn't mean that my client committed a crime. And the state hasn't put on any evidence at all they committed a crime. So drawing your attention to the cases, Judge, some of these cases, there isn't a whole lot of case law specifically just on the crime of culpable negligence because it's not the most common charge out there. However, culpable negligence is included within other crimes, Judge, and I found case law that gives the same exact definition that we find in not in our statute, because it's not statutorily defined, but in our standard jury instruction from the Supreme Court website. The first case, Kish v. State, out of the First District Court of Appeal, 145 Southern 3rd 225 for 2014. Drawing your attention to the highlighted sections on the second page. Culpable negligence isn't statutorily defined, but has been defined in case law, consistent with the standard jury instructions used by trial court in this case. So what it's telling us, Judge, is we can't go to the statutes. It's not in there. I've looked. I think we've all looked at this point. For negligence to be called culpable negligence, it must be gross and flagrant. The negligence must be committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is, keyword, consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably could have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. I would concede, Judge, that if the state had proven that my client intentionally discharged that taser, that you should deny this motion. But they didn't. Not one shred of evidence, not one witness has testified that's what happened, Judge, and they were all given the chance. So that was out of the first. So now we look at this, what the Second District Court of Appeals say. Arnold v. State, 755 Southern 2nd, 796 from 2000. Drawing your attention to the second page, the highlighted portion. This court has defined culpable negligence as, keyword again, consciously doing an act which a reasonable person would know is likely to result in death or great bodily harm to another person, even though done without any intent to injure anyone, but with utter disregard for the safety of another. Once again, now we have the Second District agreeing with the first district, saying that there has to be some sort of a conscious act here. Something has to be done intentionally. That hasn't been proven here, Judge. They're talking about possibilities, not evidence. The witnesses, the experts are saying, yeah, we've seen no evidence at all that he intentionally did this. Not one witness. The next case, Randall v. State. This is 264 Southern 3rd 968. The 4th District Court of Appeal in 2019. Drawing your attention to the highlighted portions on page 2. The state failed to prove, sorry, one moment. Sorry, Judge, I may have over-highlighted this one, so I'm going to draw your attention to page 3, top paragraph. There is no evidence to support the state's inferences. The only direct evidence was Michelle's testimony. They had no discussion of robbing the victim. This case had dealt with robbery. But upon these multiple inferences, state's evidence was insufficient to show Randall didn't intend to commit the crime. That's what we have in this case, Judge. The state has presented inferences and arguments, but no evidence, not one piece of evidence has been shown that my client intentionally discharged a taser. Moving on to the next paragraph. The state had to prove that Randall intended an act constituting culpable negligence to be committed. They did some act to assist in that crime. Culpable negligence is consciously, once again, there's that key word, Judge, so now we have 3 DCAs all telling us that it has to be done consciously, which means you know what you're doing intentionally on purpose. So culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known is likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Judge, in the light most favorable to the state, there has not been a single piece of evidence presented in this 3-day trial that my client intentionally discharged a taser. It's not there. To the contrary, every single witness who's asked has said no. There is no evidence of it. We haven't seen that. We cannot conclude that. There's no video. There's no data. There's nothing, Judge. They have to put on something, and they haven't, admittedly. So, Your Honor, I would ask that you grant this motion for a judgment of acquittal. There's been no evidence that my client intentionally discharged the taser. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Your Honor, the defendant said he was going to discharge the taser. He said you're going to get tased again. That statement alone, with nothing else, even if Your Honor was supposed to JOA a case based upon intent, which Your Honor is aware that you're not, unless there's no evidence whatsoever, the evidence before the court on video where the defendant has the taser in his hand, the act, if nothing else, is arming the taser in his hand, transfers it at a gas pump to his left hand, makes the statement of intent, and then the taser is discharged. That is the evidence. Obviously, the jury instruction in the case law says a course of conduct showing reckless disregard for human life. I understand why defense counsel is focused on the discharge of the taser, but it's the entire course of conduct and the totality of the circumstances that begins with Deputy Crawford's decision to run recklessly at a suspect and knock him over while he's pumping gas. Spilling gas all over the place in the same gas station where there are children and families within mere feet. Then you have all of the evidence that's on video with defendants identifying this defendant, picking up the taser, making the statement, and attributing to him. So I'm happy to address any specific questions Your Honor has, but as you're aware, intent is a question for the jury so long as there's some evidence. The defendant's statement alone, leaving all the data aside, is sufficient to go to the jury.
Anything else, Mr. Barber?
Yes, Judge. We have asked the witnesses about this stuff. We had Deputy McClain, who specifically testified that everything my client did was in line with their training. That is what they're trained to do. Not one witness has gotten up there and said it was inappropriate for him to take him to the ground the way he did. In fact, multiple deputies testified, yeah, that's what we're trained to do. That is how you take down a suspect who fled from the police, who you don't want them to know you're coming, because we are afraid of what he's going to do and the danger he poses. They all testified to that, Judge. There's, as far as his statement saying, oh, you're going to get tased again, once again, we heard evidence of that, Judge. The state's witnesses told us and told the jury, it's in the record, that we're trained to do that. That is not a statement of intent. I specifically asked them, is when you say that, you're trained to make a threat of force to get compliance, right? Yeah, we're trained to do that. That's not a statement of your intent, right? No, because you're saying that to gain compliance. It is a technique that is taught, not a statement of intent. Judges, There's nothing here. There's been no evidence at all they intentionally discharged the taser. There's been, and I understand the state saying generally intent is to go to the jury, but according to all this case law, they have to put on some evidence that he consciously did an act. Just taking the guy to the ground and spilling gasoline, that is not so gross and flagrant that you automatically know that a little spill of gasoline is going to result in the injuries that result in it. It's going to put people in danger, Judge. You have to look at the taser. That is the part that ignited it. Gasoline in itself is only dangerous if it's ignited, Judge. And in this case, everything my client did, from every witness who took that stand, was reasonable. It's what they were trained to do. It was valid, and they were all appropriate techniques that they are taught in the academy. They haven't put on any evidence, Judge, at all. And that's the Ukraine or JOA.
All right, so taking all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, I do believe that the state has made a prima facie showing for what is required. I do believe there's a fact question for the jury to determine whether or not they believe that the evidence supports culpable negligence. So the motion will be denied at this time.
Thank you, Judge.
So then that brings us to whether or not Mr. Crawford is intending to testify. Because if he is not, I'd like to have a conversation with him now about that outside of the presence of the jury.
Could I have a discussion with them before we do that, Judge, on that topic?
Step outside?
Could I? Yes. Because we discussed it, but of course, you know, things change as testimony develops.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
You may. Thank you. I'll give you about 10 minutes, Mr. Barber.
That should be sufficient.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you,
going to
Judge.
go off the record then. So we are back on the record. We just took a brief break so that Mr. Barber and Mr. Crawford could have a conversation outside of the courtroom about Mr. Crawford's decision to testify. And what would that decision be, Mr. Barber?
Based on the way things have developed, Judge, he's going to not testify.
All right. So obviously that can change. I understand that. So at this time, we don't need to have a conversation about that. And so, were you ready to call your first witness?
If I could briefly release another deputy who, if he doesn't testify, is no longer relevant. I had him out there. If I could just send him on his way real quick.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, I just want to make sure you have a hold on me there. Judge, now I'd be made.
All right, we can bring the jury in then.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Thank you.
Who is it, Mr. Judge?
Sorry? Oh, Mobley. Oh, yes, Judge. I'm sorry. We need to have a conversation before the jury comes in.
Okay.
I apologize.
Want me to tell him to stop?
Yes, please help us out. And I actually do need to speak with Mr. Crawford about the decision not to testify as well.
Yes, I understand, Judge. Totally fine.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Crawford, you understand that the decision as to whether or not you want to testify as a witness in this case is entirely your decision.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that you're the one that has that constitutional right to decide whether or not you want to exercise the right to remain silent or to testify.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Mr. Barber can advise you of that, about what his opinion about that is, but it's entirely your decision.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you making the decision not to testify in this case voluntarily?
I am.
Has anyone told you what to say when answering my questions?
No, ma'am.
Have you had enough of an opportunity to speak with Mr. Barber about your case and your decision as to whether or not you'd like to testify?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. And this decision not to testify is being made freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And then another discussion, Judge, you had reserved ruling on the issue of whether star video is admissible to see whether proper brackets have been laid to make it relevant. We had heard yesterday from the state arson investigator, Detective Kemeny, who testified about various hypotheses that he all stated were within the realm of reason. One specific hypothesis that we explored more than all the others was the fact that the hot engine from the bike could have started that fire. When questioned about it, he specifically stated that it would be much more likely for that to have been the cause of the fire if the machine, meaning the motorcycle in that case, was driven in a manner that was above its normal operating limits. When I explored that a little more, he had testified that what he really meant was driven at high speeds for extended periods of time with the RPMs redlining, that all could be very, very relevant, Judge. Based upon his testimony, the state's expert, it is now highly relevant for the jury to see exactly how that machine, that motorcycle, was operated. They cannot fairly determine whether that hypothesis that was put forward by the state's witness, whether that could have started the fire without knowing all the facts about how the machine was operated. He specifically stated that is a very important factor. And then at the very end of the helicopter video, right before the explosion, they had swapped over to FLIR, which is their infrared. And at that point, we see that the motorcycle was very, very bright white, which we intend to elicit testimony from our deputy here who works in the helicopters, that means that this was in fact a very hot bike, a very hot engine. So we believe at this point we have laid a proper predicate for it to be relevant and admissible. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Williams or Ms. Walker?
My recollection of the conversation in the court's previous ruling out of the BRC was that there needed to be a predicate laid, and I quite intentionally asked the expert to imagine a scenario where the bike was running as high a speed as possible for at least 30 minutes, knowing full well how long the video was, to make sure that the predicate could be out there for the witness to answer the question accurately. The purpose for which the defense seeks to admit this video is to inflame the jury. They've already described the video to the jurors with wheelies. If Your Honor recalls, in the opening, defense counsel even told the jurors that the victim gave the helicopter the bird during the actual helicopter chase or the star video. So whatever minimal, if any, and I don't concede there is any reason for impeachment of the expert that defense has not already done, given the description that was given of the motorcycle, would be substantially outweighed by the prejudice of what is actually on the video, particularly given that Mr. Crawford has now testified it has nothing to do with his state of mind, and that the expert has already answered these questions.
So I don't necessarily think that it would be an impeachment of the witness. The witness conceded that the bike could, if it was driven at a high rate of speed and was at a certain temperature, could possibly be, or I guess it was a hypothesis that it was possible. I don't recall him saying that it would have been highly likely to cause. I don't recall that being the testimony, Mr. Barber.
I had specifically asked the judge if it would be much more likely to ignite the fire if it was driven at high speeds for an extended period of time, and he said yes. And then on top of that, Judge, it is a reasonable hypothesis of innocence. I asked him, now this is a subject, I didn't ask him if it was far-fetched, but I specifically asked him, this is within the realm of reason? He said, yeah, this is a reasonable hypothesis of evidence. It is a reasonable defense that we have the right to present to the jury, Judge. By excluding this video, we'd be excluding very material and relevant evidence that is exculpatory in nature. It is an alternative theory for how the fire started, put forth by the state's own expert, who then even bolsters testimony by saying it would be more likely if we could show that that bike was driven at very high speeds for an extended period of time.
I haven't seen the star video, so I don't know everything that's on the star video. Is there audio on the star video?
Yes, Judge. The audio is primarily the radio traffic from what's being said.
Okay, why would that be relevant to anything?
We can mute that.
How long is the star video?
I believe, if you can let me look, I think it's like 20 or 30 minutes, Judge, somewhere in that realm.
Is the bike being driven the entire 20 or 30 minutes of the video?
I think there's maybe a minute or two at the beginning where they're looking for him, and then yes, he's on it the entire time till the end. At the very beginning, it's also like the helicopter's taking off, but within a minute or two, I believe. So pulling it up, the entire video from beginning to end is about 33 minutes. Just going through it a little bit. Trying to see where he's located. And right now, about 3 minutes, 45 seconds in, they're in the air, they're looking. So we need to edit down some of it to be fine, but.
I'm actually not clear on the testimony sitting here right now as to what the expert said, and so that is extremely important to my decision in deciding whether or not it's actually relevant or if it's impeachment.
Ms. Walker took notes. We can read them to Your Honor. Obviously, you have to rely on, but these are our notes. If it's okay if she reads it, because they're her notes, as to what the expert said on this point.
Do you have Well, you wouldn't. This is when I wish we had an actual court reporter. Because I can go and listen, and I have access to be able to listen to the testimony. Because I'm going off of my memory, and my memory is that he excluded the heat of the bike as the cause of the fire. And I'm not clear on whether or not he actually agreed with you or not as to whether or not it was possible.
And so, Judge, I'll concede on direct, he excluded it, and then on cross, when I hammered him on it, he admitted, no, you're right, it is a reasonable hypothesis, it's within the realm of reason. Those are his exact words, within the realm of reason. I believe, to the best of my recollection, he said it was within the realm of reason, Judge, and he said it'd be much more likely that if the bike was driven at a high rate of speed for an extended period of time on cross.
So are we seeking to admit the video to corroborate evidence that it was? I mean, that's what I'm trying to show.
I think that's where I'm at as well, because that's why I keep saying it doesn't appear to be impeachment material to me, because if in fact you're saying that the testimony that you are attempting to,
Judge,
or that you're
it's not
talking about.
impeachment. I agree with you.
Right.
Right. It's not impeachment. It is a reasonable hypothesis of innocence. There is another reasonable hypothesis for how this fire could have started, put forward by the state arson investigator. He gave us very specific factors to look for. If this and that happened, it'd be much more likely. My client's liberty is at risk. We have the right, the constitutional right, to fully explore every reasonable defense, Judge. This is a reasonable defense. He testified it was within the realm of reason, Judge. So I'm not introducing it for impeachment. This is our defense, is that we are trying to show alternate hypotheses for how that fire started, and we're entitled to do that. And if the jury has heard that these two factors would make it more likely, we have the right to show them that those two factors actually happened.
Right. But weren't those factors that you're wanting to show in the video, weren't they previously testified to?
Your Honor, Deputy McLean specifically testified on cross-examination that he was listening to the audio, that the bike was doing wheelies, that it ran red lights, that it was on sidewalks, and that it ran for an extended period of time. That was the testimony that was brought out on cross. So if, in fact, it is for corroborative evidence, it's already been corroborated. And this is the last argument I'm going to make, and I will sit down. From the state's perspective, this jury already listened to a 45-minute opening statement where firearms were talked about and waved around, and there was going to be no testimony about that. Now, defense counsel wants to admit a video further inflaming them that is really not relevant to anything. So it's the context of, if Your Honor found it relevant, the state would even concede that it would be a better alternative for the helicopter pilot or observer to testify that the bike ran for 30 minutes at a high rate and was revving its engine and doing those things. That is much less prejudicial than what defense wants, which is to show the actual video, bird flicking and all, to inflame the jury more than they already have.
How do we know how fast the bike was even going on the video?
Exactly, because the jury gets...
No, and that's my question to you, is you
Right.
want to use the video to show that the bike was traveling at a high rate of speed. How do we know that? The witnesses have testified that the bike ran at a high rate of speed, was doing wheelies, etc., right? So I'm not sure how the video is going to enhance or corroborate the speed of which the bike was traveling.
Because there's other vehicles on the road, Judge, and you can see how fast it's going in relation to other moving objects, including police vehicles. So the jury can see that. The jury has the right to view this evidence, Judge. We have the right to put this evidence on. By that argument, Judge, we should never put on body camera video. Why? The officers testified. Why do we have to play body cameras? Video evidence comes in every single day in courtrooms in this state when people have already testified about it. In fact, we have laws on it. The best evidence rule that specifically tells us that it's better to put on the video than to have somebody just say what they saw on the video, Judge. This is highly relevant information. It would be extremely prejudicial to my client's constitutional right to go on a full and fair defense. I understand the state doesn't want the jury to see it, Judge. I get that, but it is highly relevant to a reasonable hypothesis of innocence put forward by their own witness who gave us specific factors to look at. by saying, well, people testified to it. Judge, that's different, because the jury could be judging the credibility of those witnesses. What if in their mind, we don't find them credible? The jury has the right to use their own senses, see things with their own eyes, listen to it with their own ears, and make their own conclusions based off the evidence, Judge. That's how it's supposed to work in trial. The jury's supposed to see the evidence and make their own conclusions, not just have to rely on what other people said about it.
May I make a suggestion, not an argument, Judge?
Well, just a second, let me just finish my thought.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
So what I think I'm gonna do is, it is not impeachment evidence, it is corroborating evidence. I do think that it would then be relevant to that theory. However, it's only relevant for that theory, so I think that what I would do would be to give a limiting instruction to the jury as to what they're to consider the evidence for.
So, I understand the court's ruling. My suggestion is that Your Honor watch the video before making a decision, because there's just no way, I view, that the court is going to let all 30 minutes of the video in once you actually watch it with your own eyes. And I do think the state would be prejudiced for the court to see it for the first time. At a minimum, any derogatory actions taken by the victim towards the helicopter would not be relevant whatsoever. It's clear character
Hi, Mike Check. Prosecutors ended their case with testimony from an expert who knows tasers. He knows how they work. He knows exactly when they are fired, and he gave his analysis. Prosecutors ended their case with testimony from a witness who knows tasers. He knows how they work. He knows exactly when they are fired. And he gave his analysis while showing the jury the actual taser that was used in this case and pairing his data alongside the body-worn camera. Everything is time-stamped down to the millisecond. Jean Baretto has not been in the courtroom for this trial, and it was unclear if he planned to testify. Now we know that is not the case. I'm live in Orlando. Catherine Silver, Getting Results, News 6.
would you write down the email address for us?
Sure.
That's a C2 act. AC2.
AC 2.
That's right.
Thank you, Judge.
They're the worst email addresses.
They're not great.
No. Easy to remember or say.
Good for anonymity though.
That's true. All right, I just received them. Mr. Barber, do you have a copy of the instructions?
One moment, Judge. Not yet. Hasn't come through. Let me check this. I'm closing out, let me open the little exclamation mark. There it is. I have it now in front of me, Judge.
Okay, excellent. All right, so beginning just with the first two pages, the one entitled see any typos, I checked the case number, the defendant's name. Mr. Barber, do you have any of that in either of those? Do you see anything that the court would need to fix?
Well, on the second one, statement of, no, acceptable, Judge, no objection.
Okay. And then where I call for negligence. So we can take out the red line.
Give him a moment. Sorry, Judge, one moment. So, Judge, when we're on the actual culpable negligence, I believe it's page 3,
Yeah.
We do have an issue with this one because when I looked at all the different case law, which is very important, right? Because this is not statutorily defined. We're pulling this definition from the case law. And with the 3 different cases I presented for my JOA argument, Judge, all 3 of them were very, very specific that there has to be a conscious action taken, a conscious intent. And I'm not reading that in here. It seems like that is a necessary element as found by all our DCAs that somehow did not make it in the standard jury instruction. Judge, when I look at all 3, they all say culpable negligence is consciously doing an act. All 3 of them say that, and yet that's not in the standard jury instruction. I believe we would need to add something in there to make that clear for the jury so that they're properly instructed on what the law is, especially in a case like this when it's not given to us by statute. It's the only case law. I think it needs to conform with the case law and have that in there.
Okay, so I'm looking at Arnold v. State, which was one of the cases that you gave to me, and that one deals with a specific statute, right? Is my reading of that case. So that case is dealing with section 827.03 Florida statutes. And in that specific statute, they define by adding the willfully or by culpable negligence language that has further attempted to define what actions or omissions constitute neglect.
Yes, Judge. I see that. But this court states specifically, they're not talking about the willful prong of it. They state this court has defined culpable negligence as consciously doing an act which a reasonable person would know it's likely to result in death, great bodily harm, and it goes on from there. I mean, it's very clear that they're talking just about the definition of culpable negligence, that prong, not the willful. But all 3 of these cases say it has to be done consciously, and I don't think this instruction is going to adequately instruct the jury on that.
Mr. Barber, where do you think it's not in there? Because if you read the whole instruction, it says culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard for human life or for the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences. So right there, they're saying it's right there, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness. I don't know how that's any different than what the cases are saying.
I think that's very convoluted and the jury's not going to understand. I think when we have 3 different courts, and remembering that this is specifically, it says right in here, it's a statutory, or not statutorily defined, we look at the cases. When all 3 of them are using the same exact language, Culpable negligence is consciously doing. That is in Randall. And then we look at Arnold. Culpable negligence is, we have defined culpable negligence as consciously doing an act. Goes on from there. And then we have the last one, Judge, the Kirsch state. For negligence to be culpable negligence, must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct. All three of them are the same, Judge. They give us the same definition. I think that should be in there. I think the words culpable negligence is an act, culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or grave bodily harm. I think that exact quote that we get in 3 different DCAs should be in here. It's been defined for us in the only way that we have, since it's not statutorily. And I think this is convoluted. I think it's confusing. And I think if we use the language given to us by the DCAs, this jury is not going to be confused. They're going to have a much more clear idea about what the actual definition is. You kind of have to look at this and think about the consciousness part. I read it over 10 times, and I'm like, I don't even see where it's that clear that this is what they're saying. I'm a trained lawyer.
I understand your argument.
Judge, the standards are presumed correct unless they don't cover a specific topic or they're misleading based upon the evidence. And there's no indication that that's the case. All the case law, none of it deals with jury instructions. It's all dealing with judgment of acquittal on the standard that's sufficient in order to get past judgment of acquittal. What counsel wants to do is use conscious to argue intentional, which is not what culpable negligence is. That's the definition of culpable negligence, is it doesn't have to be an intentional act. It's a reckless act. So we would ask the court to deny the request for the special instruction, which is not in writing, by the way. But we would also, I just want to say this, I don't want the court to think that my lack of time and words means that I don't care, that I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to simplify it. So that's the safe position.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to deny the request for the special instruction. I think that the instruction by the Florida Supreme Court sufficiently indicates what the standard is, and I think that it is essentially the same as that's indicated in the case law. So I'm going to leave the standard instruction at this time.
Just for record purposes, Judge, I just object to that, just for the record.
It is noted.
Thank you.
Okay. So that will stay there. Obviously, I recognize you object, Mr. Barlow, but is there any, did you see anything wrong with it as it's written in terms of just the text? Essentially, my question is, do you see any errors with it as transposed from the instruction?
Without waiving my previous objection, no, Judge.
Okay. What about the lesser included offense of culpable negligence?
I don't think really whether there was an injury was ever really an issue that was argued. One moment. Judge, I don't think there's been any argument by anyone there was an injury. I think it's so obvious we wouldn't be asking for the lesser. I mean, it's the medical records, the photos, the videos. I think it makes it clear as injury.
So all of these ones? So then I'm going to also remove when there are lesser included crimes or attempts. Justifiable use of force by law enforcement officer.
think it's simply, Your Honor, based upon the evidence that's in for the court, we object to giving this instruction.
I'm just going over here so my client can read it with the judge. Yes, Judge, we are definitely asking for this one because it says force is justifiable when necessarily used in arresting a felon who's fleeing from justice, which is the evidence that we've heard. One moment, please. The part in red, Judge, with the underline, I don't see that in the standard jury instruction. I don't believe it's necessary in this case.
I don't see anything underlined in red. Can you read it to me?
Yes, Judge. So we have the first paragraph, and then it lists number 1, number 2, retaking the felon who's escaped or arresting a felon. There's another paragraph, and then there's a part underlined in red. In deciding whether David Thomas Crawford was justified in the use of non-deadly force, he must consider the circumstances at the time the force was used. The danger need not have been actual, however, to justify the use of non-deadly force. The appearance of imminent danger must have been so real the defendant actually believed the use of non-deadly force was necessary. Wherever a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would believe the use of non-deadly force was necessary.
It is not in the standard, Judge.
Okay, so you added that.
We did.
Okay. So tell me why you do not believe that the evidence supports that instruction.
Because there's no evidence this defendant knew anything in this instruction. The evidence before the court right now is on video as far as this defendant's actions, that he runs across the pumps and tackles a man sitting on a bicycle, on a motorcycle. That's it. There's been no evidence that he had listened to or even had audio in his vehicle. There's no evidence he watched the STAR video. There's no evidence another officer communicated what was going on to him. And I am being very candid with the court. I don't have that evidence. Not only is it not in evidence, there's no evidence I'm aware of in the discovery in his vehicle or anything else that he was listening to the audio. So how do you say that you're making a lawful arrest when the only evidence is that you ran and tackled a person who at the moment, which is the key time of the use of force, is sitting on a dirt bike? I'm thinking about the argument that I would make to the jurors, and I could justifiably say there's no evidence that he knew any of this. And if I can't point to any
Couldn't you
evidence,
prove that through circumstantial evidence, just like we see on the video?
I guess I would ask the court, what circumstantial evidence is there that this defendant, who's the only person who justifiable force is relevant to, knew any of this, or had any reason to believe that this person was a felon who had fled, or he was making a lawful arrest at the time? I understand that other deputies have testified about tracking and listening to the audio, but he was the first one there. And the first use of force is the key in this case, because they're saying, remember, that's why I want to distinguish between the taser and the tackling. The very first use of force in the lawful arrest starts when he knocks him off the bicycle. Because but for his being a law enforcement officer, that's a battery. So we know that that's a use of force, but it has to be justified in some way. There has to be some, even a scintilla of evidence that the officer used force knowing any of the stuff in this instruction. I understand defendant has decided not to testify. And if he testifies and said he knew that, he comes in and they get it. But they, as Your Honor knows, they can't have it both ways.
Yeah, so talk to me about what evidence, even circumstantial, that there would be that would indicate that Mr. Crawford knew why he was there and who he was looking for.
Of course, Judge. We heard other deputies testify. I asked them, how do the police radios work? You talk into one end, it broadcasts all
But
the
there's
other
no
deputies.
evidence that Mr. Crawford was listening to the radio.
Well, Judge, now we're getting into burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain
That's not
silent.
burden shift. That is not commenting on his right to remain silent. That's just what evidence is before the court.
So the state's theory is that he just shows up to a Wawa. All the other deputies were there to arrest this man, and he just showed up for no reason to tackle him. That's
Well, sure.
And they can make that argument,
But the other deputies testified to why they were there and what call they were responding to. I guess
that's
common sense
circumstantial
tells
evidence. He's
us.
responding to the same call, Judge. They all arrive within seconds of each other.
He's the first one there, though.
Right, and that's, I get that, Judge. We're talking circumstantial evidence, and that's what we're talking about. There's circumstances show all these other deputies are following this guy, and then he shows up, he's there as well, just like all the other deputies, because they're all chasing the same guy, Judge. That's very strong circumstantial evidence. Why was he there? The deputies told us. We were all there to arrest this guy who fled from us. The jury heard that. That is evidence that's been presented. It's in the record. I mean, now we're getting to the point where we're saying, okay, well, circumstantial evidence isn't going to cut. He's going to have to testify, but that's not the law, Judge.
I'm not saying that your client has to testify at all. Absolutely not. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you at this point, though, is there's no evidence before the court as to what Deputy Crawford was responding to or why he was there.
But there is, Judge. It's just circumstantial. You're asking for direct evidence, which he could give only if he testified. And absent that, the only way I could prove it is through circumstantial evidence, which has been done by calling other deputies and asking them, why did you guys deploy? You heard over the radios, his broadcasts all the deputies in the area. He was a deputy in the area. He responded. That is circumstantial evidence, Judge. That shows why he was there. I mean, I know it's not direct evidence, it's circumstantial. The only way I can get direct evidence is to put him on. That's why I was so careful to develop all this circumstantial evidence to show why he was there, by asking all the other deputies about it.
Even if there were evidence that he had a radio in his car, that somebody had seen him with the other deputies pursuing the suspect, that they had discussed it beforehand, the problem is there is nothing. There is absolutely nothing. How do we know legitimately that he wasn't sitting at the Wawa, saw the bike, we don't know what happened before that, and that they get into an altercation and he comes and tackles him? Next thing you know, the other deputies arrive, and it's circumstantial. And here's the other important part of the instruction. It talks about a lawful arrest. There's no evidence that he had any information that would make his arrest of him lawful. Because if it's not a lawful arrest, the instruction changes. And I can't even tell Your Honor that or the jurors. And I am very well aware of the case law and the scintilla of evidence to get an instruction, but there has to be something.
Judge, it seems like what's happening is I've put on circumstantial evidence. The state really wants the opportunity to cross-examine my client, and so they're saying without him testifying, there's no evidence, which isn't true, Judge. There's circumstantial evidence. It kind of seems like it's an attempt just to force us to put my client on the stand, which it's his constitutional right not to, Judge. We've put on the evidence. We've put on other deputies. They testified how radios work. They broadcast out. My client was there. The jury can draw the inferences from the circumstantial evidence without my client testifying.
I'm not sure rules are on that at this time.
Okay.
Judge, if I may, the issue with that is depending on how Your Honor is going to rule in these jury instructions,
I'm
might...
gonna figure it out tonight.
Okay, I was going to say, because that may change our strategy as to whether or not my client testifies. We may have to have another conversation about that.
Sure. Listen, I watched the video.
Please, Judge.
We also told the jurors we were going on Friday.
Right.
So I'm trying to make that happen.
I'm just, thinking practically, like, I can't even argue this instruction because if I would anticipate, if I were to say there's no evidence that he knew any of this, I would draw burden shifting or some comment on the right to remain silent.
And he would.
And so what am I supposed to do with that? And that points out that this instruction is not appropriate because I can't even lawfully argue the evidence.
Judge, we have put on evidence, right? Scintilla, we put on circumstantial evidence what happened. We're entitled to this jury instruction. I understand that the state, like they just said, like they're going to want to comment on his right to remain silent and burden shift. They can't do that. It's not an either or, Judge. We don't have to give up our Fifth Amendment right or give up our right to this jury instruction. We're entitled to both. I understand it makes it more difficult for them, Judge, but everything we do makes their job more difficult. That's my purpose in life. That's what defense attorneys do. It's an adversarial process.
It kind of feels like you're trying to have it both ways too on the instruction, right? Because when this instruction is given, it presumes that there is evidence of the person's act, the person's intent, right? Which is what Mr. Williams would want to argue. Because it says, however, to justify the use of non-deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real to the defendant, so real that the defendant actually believed the use of non-deadly force was necessary. So what Mr. Williams is saying is that he's not going to be able to argue that there's no evidence of that, right? Because he didn't testify, that there's only circumstantial evidence. So you want to argue circumstantial evidence of his intent or lack thereof, but prohibit the state from doing the same thing.
Well, that's not necessarily true, Judge. There's multiple different ways that this instruction reads. One of them is force is also justifiable and necessarily used in arresting a felon who's fleeing from justice. We've established that. The state stipulated. They agreed. They told the jury, yes, this guy fled and they followed him from Osceola to Orange, Judge. Every eyewitness, every deputy involved testified that he was fleeing from justice, and that's why they're there. There are multiple different ways to argue this, Judge, and there's more than enough evidence that he was a fleeing felon and that my client was using force to arrest him.
I don't want to argue about it anymore. I'm going to take some time to think about it.
I understand, Judge.
So the instruction on, which is the law on the justifiable use of non-deadly force also appears problematic based upon the evidence.
It's the same argument. I have nothing to add.
I'm still reviewing it, Judge, if I may.
I'm just saying, I don't think 3.6G fits. I don't think the evidence supports it.
I agree, Judge. I think the prior instruction we're just discussing would be the most appropriate one.
Okay.
I think if we gave multiple, it would just confuse the jury.
Okay.
I would say, that the portion I'm on page 8, at the top of page 8. I hope I didn't already delete something, any changes. It's the paragraph that starts, however, if an officer uses excessive force.
Okay.
If Your Honor does decide to give the law enforcement officer instruction, we would request that paragraph be added, given the evidence that's been submitted.
If I may respond, Judge, if you go up to the
Just
bottom.
hold on one
Oh,
second.
I apologize.
Okay, Mr. Harper, go ahead.
So if we just scroll up a little bit, Judge, and on the next page, it goes, give the applicable force in resisting a law enforcement officer. So this instruction is developed if the person who's resisting a law enforcement officer is the person charged, not for law enforcement officers who are trying to arrest somebody who's resisting. So it's for the exact opposite scenario, Judge. So I'd say it's not applicable based on the facts. My client wasn't resisting arrest, which is what this instruction is for.
I'm not sure how it would be relevant, how the victim's resistance would be relevant to the force.
Because he gets tackled off the bike. That is the very first thing that happens. And the evidence is he was sitting on the motorbike, not doing anything, not acting as a threat. So any resistance that he gives at that time, I think is completely lawful, given the evidence that we have. That's the argument.
I would say it'd be relevant and applicable if he was prosecuted and tried for resisting an officer, but he wasn't, Judge. That's not what we're looking at here. It's not applicable under these facts.
Okay. I think that given all cases is the same, isn't it, as?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's the language we took to make sure it was in the other instruction.
Got it. Okay. So then we need to be there twice.
We agree, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm gonna take out all the stricken code. Mr. Harper, what about physical abilities? Any issue there?
Judge, there's been no evidence of the physical abilities of either person that's been put on. I don't see how there's been any elements that justify it. And it's not part of the instruction on use of force by a police officer, which I think is the most appropriate one in this case. I think if we say that this instruction isn't appropriate, I don't think we should pick out piecemeal parts of it. And there's been no evidence of it, Judge. No one's talked about the size of my client or Baretto-Baerga, either state or I. No one's discussed it at all.
The state is perfectly happy to exclude any instructions for which there's no evidence.
$3.6K.
Again, there's no evidence that he acted out of duress. The evidence is he ran across the parking lot and tackled someone. I mean, that's the evidence.
Understand your position.
Yes.
We're in agreement with you now, Judge.
Remove 3.6L.
Sorry, Judge?
Remove 3.6L.
We would ask to leave it in, Judge. We believe, and we've been trying to establish the whole thing, that my client was on the negligent one, Deputy Kofinas was. He's the one who showed up, drew his taser, discharged it twice, laid it down next to a suspect with the safety off, and that our theory of defense is that our client did nothing more than to try to clean up his negligence by removing the taser from the situation and getting rid of it. So we would like to keep this one and be able to argue that Deputy Kofinas was the person who committed an independent act of introducing a taser into a situation where there was gasoline all over the ground, not my client. And we would argue that we think we're entitled to make that argument based on the evidence that's come out.
The crime alleged is, culpable negligence with injury, and this instruction would mean that Deputy Kofinas is responsible for culpable negligence with injury, which he's not. That's not the evidence. This is always given in co-defendant cases, as Your Honor is aware. It's not applicable to the facts of this case, and what the defense wants to do is to obviously argue that Deputy Kofinas, by merely using the taser, is guilty of culpable negligence with injury, which of course he is not, and there's no evidence that his use of the taser at any point caused the fire or caused the injury in the case, which is why the instruction is not appropriate.
Judge, we just respond that we look at causation. But for Deputy Kofinas drawing his taser and laying it down next to a suspect with the safety off, my client never would have even been in this situation to have even interacted with the taser. He never drew his own. The only reason any of this happened is because Deputy Kofinas drew his taser. So we look at causation. But for his conduct, the fire never would have started. We think it's entirely appropriate. We think the evidence has been established to show that Deputy Kofinas is the person who's more culpably negligent in introducing a live taser into a situation where they're all struggling to pull gasoline than my client. And we think that is a very valid defense we should be able to present to the jury.
I don't think it fits Mr. Barber. The idea that an independent active person, a person other than the defendant commits or attempts to commit a crime, and there's no evidence before the court that Deputy Kofinas was committing or attempting to commit a crime.
Well, Judge, our entire argument is that he did, that he was the culpably negligent one by, and that's the state's whole case is, hey, it's culpably negligent to use a taser at a gas pump because it's foreseeable that it could cause a fire, and that's what happened here. My client never drew his taser, Judge. There's no evidence he intentionally discharged it. However, there is an abundance of evidence that Deputy Kofinas arrived and immediately drew a taser as soon as he gets there and intentionally discharges it and then places it down right next to an actively resisting and fighting suspect with the safety turned off, meaning it was engaged. But for his actions of doing that, none of this would have happened. He was the one who was negligent by introducing a taser into that situation against his training, not my client. There's no evidence my client did anything more than to try to get rid of the taser, Judge. Not one witness has been able to say he intentionally discharged it. But Kofinas did, and he intentionally drew it, and he introduced it into this situation. He was the negligent one, not my client. That is our defense. We believe we should be allowed to argue that to the jury, Judge. We think it's a very valid defense.
I would just give you our citation if you want it, and that's Johnson versus State, 36 Southern 3rd 170, 3rd DCA 2010. It's general language. Obviously, it's not on all fours here, but it talks about, and I'm using the quote, an independent act occurs when a co-felon commits or attempts to commit a crime that was not part of the common plan and that the defendant did not intend to occur, in which the defendant did not participate, and those acts are outside of not a reasonable foreseeable consequence. I think that language makes it pretty clear that this instruction is not appropriate.
All right, I'm going to read that case tonight
Yes,
as
sure.
well. All right, and I'm going to run that instruction through. All right, fellow officer rule. Mr. Barber.
I'm sorry, Judge. I have to also, I'm trying to take notes about what we're saying and everything. One moment. Sorry, Judge. Yes, Judge, we would like to keep that.
What evidence is there?
Judge, as we stated before, we've had ample evidence from the deputies discussing how radios work. They're all on the radios. They are all transmitting. When you broadcast, it transmits to everyone else. They all arrive at the scene at the same time. It'd be one heck of a coincidence my client just happened to be there.
You still have to establish the chain, though, to use the fellow officer rule. That's how the fellow officer rule works, is that you have to establish
the chain. So the dots have not been.
But here's the question, do we have to establish it? It's the only way to establish by having my client testify, or can we establish it with circumstantial evidence? I would argue we can establish it with circumstantial evidence and have with the testimony of every other deputy who's gotten up there, Judge. I mean, Judge, we're allowed to rely on circumstantial evidence. We keep running the same issue over and over, where it's, well, your client didn't testify, Judge.
Well, it's not necessarily that your client, no. That's that you're mischaracterizing that. It's not that your client didn't testify. It's that the evidence hasn't been presented before the court.